Good morning, chat. The Nasdaq is gapped up 170 points. NQ futures are up 0.75%, 0.75%. ES futures are up 0.55%. Nvidia closed 0.6% up on the day. Tesla closed 3.62% up on the day as well. ES is going to be starting above the VWAP. Also, the ES is above that key level trend line. It's very close to it, so we'll see if it holds to start the day. Market begins in 40 seconds. ES is going to start below the 200 SMA, 200-day simple moving average, 100 MA, 100-day moving average. The NQ 30-minute is going to start above the 200 SMA, 100 MA, and VWAP. The NQ 5-minute starting at the 21 EMA. Market starts in 20 seconds, chat. Good morning. What's up, Beyond Technical? I'm down 3%, but still alive. Oof. Down 790. Let's get a try. Let's go, Shadow. Let's go, Mark, Miguel, Funny, Legend, Adrius. Let's go. Market is open. Yeah, we got that pivot point up top, 23,606. Pivot point below that, 23,579. NQ 30-minute VWAP at 23,540. We do have news. Also, U.S. initial jobless claims came in negative. Jobless claims came in negative. Continued jobless claims came in negative. Next news is at 10 a.m. U.S. wholesale inventories, Fed Bostic speaking, etc. Then 11 a.m. NY Fed. New York Fed inflation expectations at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. very key. Should be good news. Giving us some time. Nvidia starting 1% up. Tesla starting flat. Google starting 0.35% up. Amazon starting 0.1% down. ES waking down. Microsoft starting up 0.5%. Meta starting up 0.1%, Apple starting up 1.75%, Netflix up 1%, MicroStrategy up 1.3% to start the day, Palantir is up 0.33%, GameStop is up 0.5%, Costco is up 1.1%, Alibaba's up 0.6%, AbeGo is up 1.3%, AMD is up 3%. ES is about to tap the VWAP. It broke below the trend line. We'll see if it can reclaim it after tapping the VWAP. AMD is up 3%, QCOM is up 1%, Adobe is down 0.4%, Robinhood is up 3.25%, ES is bouncing, NQ bouncing, getting above that pivot point. Pre-market high for the NQ is at 23,639. We also have a key pivot point trend line up top as well, 23,656. Bitcoin is starting up 1.22%, ETH is starting 4% up. Solana is up 2.3%. XRP is up 2.6%. Swiss government do not consider countermeasures to U.S. tariff at present. U.S. Commerce Secretary Ludnick said, "I expect the deadline to be extended with China. The U.S. is likely to extend the China deadline for another 90 days." Give me a minute, chat. I want to see if this wants to flush out on the NQ 30-minute VWAP and then get started. So far, ES bounced over the VWAP, tapping the 100 MA, about to tap the 200 SMA. Get above that pivot point. What's up, Ash? Turo. Good morning. Betting it go to 23,520, then go higher. We'll see. We'll find out very soon. Legend is long at 520. Good morning, Growbar. Good morning. ES is getting above the 200 SMA. And Q breaking above that pivot point. Remember, we are gapped up 200 points. Yesterday's close is at 23,422. We are gapped up 200 points. 3 minutes in the open. What's up, Funny? Appreciate you. Also, Trump is signing executive orders today on 401ks. Forget exactly what it is. He's bringing private equities into it, something like that. See if I can find it. Oh, also, Trump tweeted, the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem. Tariffs are flowing in the US at levels not thought even possible. Trying to find it. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, Trump has signed an order to ease path for private assets in 401ks today. That is happening at 12 p.m. Also, US 30-year bond at 1 p.m. 3 p.m. US consumer credit. ES falling below the 200 SMA. NQ getting below the pivot point, 23,606. Taking time, just slowing down, being patient, sitting on my hands till I like something, till it's at a key level, not FOMOing, not over trading, not being greedy. No reason to put risk on when I don't like the level. We have 10 minutes until the 15-minute opening range is closed. Nvidia is climbing. Everything is green besides Adobe on my watch list. Adobe is down 0.5%. Everything else is green. Nvidia is up 1 3/4%, 1.75%. The Russell 2000 is up 0.95%. The Dow is up 0.6%. The ATR is sitting at 14. The VIX is sitting at 16.17, down 3.5%. ES rejecting the 2-hour SMA. NQ 5-minute trying to reject the 21 EMA, 21-day exponential moving average. What's up, Ash? Chris, do you think grocery prices will rise after tariffs? It really depends. A lot of people think the PPI and CPI data showed that the consumer was paying a little bit more, but the producer was not receiving that extra funds. So they were absorbing the tariffs. Now, supposedly the producers, aka companies, are going to start passing that on, and I'm sure they will to some extent. Some people speculate that they have enough profit margin from edging up the prices throughout the 2020s so far. Their stock prices kept going higher and higher, so they may eat it on margin a little bit because it's already overextended. There's a couple of speculations. I would say they're probably going to edge up for a bit until just the clarity gets put in and things start to settle. There's going to be a little shock here and there, short term. Long term, I think we'll be fine. And Trump knows he can't let grocery prices get out of control. And I doubt he would let that happen. Gabber said, who's ready for 700? Remember, we are gapped up 180 points. Yesterday's close at 23,422. 8 minutes in the market open, just sitting on our hands, waiting. Sitting on my hands, waiting. ES trying to create a higher low. Meta flipping red. Meta's down 0.2%. Apple is up 2.75%. Amazon's up 0.65%. Google's up 0.5%. Think we're going to come down a little bit first. Not 100% sure. ES 1 minute RSI getting above that MA in neutral territory. Williams R120 for the ES 1 minute getting in over ball territory, over neutral. NQ 30 minute RSI tapping that may reject here. NQ 30 minute Williams R120 day in over ball territory. Nvidia is just keep propping up. Nvidia is now up 2%. ES is tapping the 200 SMA again. Let's see if it can claim it as support. NQ about to flush through the pre-market high, 23,639. We have that pivot point up top at 22,656. Also the trend line. ES is above the 200 SMA. Let's see if it can hold. All right, that's a new high. High of day. Flush the higher pre-market. ES still has ways to go. ES still has 10 points. NQ flushed the higher pre-market just like yesterday. ES is not. ES is 10 points away. We're waking up, waking up, waking up. Kind of has a similar start to yesterday, guys. 80-point wicks in each direction. Kind of what it's doing. ES is above the VWAP, 100 MA, now 200 SMA. Very risky to go against this, at least currently. Swiss President Keller Sutter on US tariffs. It was clear that the US president is sticking to tariffs in the short term. The goal of the Washington visit was to present a new offer to the US officials, which was achieved and was a positive development. Swiss negotiators are still in Washington. Okay. While we have time, let's go over the synopsis. The Asian markets experienced a positive shift driven by US President Donald Trump's tariff announcements on semiconductors, which included exemptions for companies investing in the US, alleviating supply chain fears. This, combined with speculation on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts, boosted investor sentiment amid the implementation of new global tariffs. The European synopsis: European markets gained momentum from hopes of a Russia-Ukraine truce following confirmation of an upcoming Putin-Trump summit, alongside positive corporate developments and ongoing Fed rate cuts expectations. However, challenges like Germany's industrial slowdown tampered the optimism as Trump's tariffs took effect. Well, that's good. The Russia-Ukraine stuff was ramping up. Trump sent 2 nuclear missiles, etc., etc. Putin wasn't responding favorably. We're tapping that pivot point. We wait through the high. Tapping that pivot point. ES rejecting the 200 SMA, 100 MA again. About to tap the VWAP. It's very good that they're at least going to talk before this ramps up even further. The death toll for Russia-Ukraine ramped up 5K. Now it's at 7K a week. So we really need, and supposedly they're drafting 16-year-old boys, conscripting them, not of their own volition, not by volunteering. So that's never a good sign, but good that they're at least going to talk. Meta is now down 0.35%. Microsoft's down 0.2%. Google flipping red. Tesla flipping red. Nvidia just propping up. We're breaking below that pivot point. Gapper would prefer 670-ish. I work in zones, not really static, even though I might throw out a static number here and there. Within 2 hours, it's coming. Oof. That's a lower low on the ES. Adobe flipping green. $15-minute range is closed. $15-minute opening range is closed. We have 15 minutes until news. U.S. wholesale inventories, month-over-month revenue. Fed Bostic speaking. U.S. wholesale sales, month-over-month. Then at 10:30 a.m., EIA natural gas change. Then the main big news. 11 a.m. EST, New York Fed inflation expectations. ES wicking through the VWAP. We're tapping that pivot point, flush through the 15-minute orb. 15-minute low orb. Trying to bounce. We may reject here. Pivot point it's getting to bounce off of is 23,579. NQ30 man looking very bearish. I'm in with one short. Up 70, up 100. We need a break of this 15-minute orb low. ES may want to come up and tap this trend line before it drops. Up 170, up 200, up 300. Beautiful. Risk-free trade at this point. Break even stop. If we do get stopped out, I probably will rejoin this short. And stopped out, break even. Getting ready to rejoin. ES wants to bounce. ES is waking up, about to tap the VWAP, trend line. And Q is trying to go up. I want a little higher if it can. Little higher bounce, maybe on the next candle. It could also flush. Okay, there it is, a little higher. I'm not gonna take a short here, even though I should. I want to bounce before it does it. May not get it. It also could flip green very easily. ES gets above and props above that VWAP. Also that trend line. Trying to bounce at the low 15-minute orb. Okay, and Q's trying to bounce. ES is kind of consolidating. Okay, we're bouncing. ES about to tap the VWAP. One short. We're going to be against trend for a little bit. I think it's going to prop up a little bit. We're going to be against it. Gonna take it slow. Down 100. One short. Yes, tapping that trend line. It'd be beautiful if it rejected here, and I think it will, at least briefly. Video's propping hard. We're against it for now, boys. Take it slow. Only one contract in. Down 200. Play around key levels. Adding one there. And with two short. Down 300. Could want to flush the high. If it does, we'll likely have a pullback around 23,670. So this account will likely blow. We'll move in a higher value. Down 400, down 300. ES is above the VWAP, above that trend line. Nvidia's propping. Down 10 points. Meta flipping green. Google flipping green. NQ5 minute getting above the 21 EMA. Could be a lower high, then it sends it down. Down 100, down 85. We need a quick rejection of this pivot point. 23,606. It's already pulled back around 20 points. Up 100, trying to bounce all that pivot point. ES falling below the VWAP. I like that. NQ5 minute needs to fall below this one when he may. Could prop here. We need Nvidia to start propping down. What up, Tom? Down 250, down 300, two contracts short, down 400. ES is looking very bullish. Reject, baby, reject. Let's go. We are gapped up 200 points on the NASDAQ futures. The previous day close was at 22,422. Reject, baby, reject. Reject. Very bullish, guys. Down 600. Taking one more. Adding one more. And with 4 contracts short. Could just keep waking up. We're going to have to step up. Down 900, down 1,000, 4 contracts short. Video starting to prop down. It's good. We need ES to fall below the VWAP. So far, it's bouncing off of support. Down 100, up 200, up 300, up 400, taking 2 out. Beautiful. Taking one more. Putting the other one. Break even. We'll be stopped out for 300. A lot of risk for only 300, but don't like how it's propping. Made 300. High risk. It is what it is. I don't like how it propped. So I was betting off this ES rejecting the trend line. It is doing it, but it's way too consolidated. Consolidation above the VWAP. Probably going to reclaim it. Go bounce to the 200 SMA again. Could be wrong. Could prop down. But there is bearish wicks here. These wicks are bearish. but I'm not liking it. Not liking how Nvidia's holding. Think we're gonna have a couple legs up. That's why I put the stop. Could have trailed one. Not liking it though. If NQ 5-minute gets above the 20 EMA, I may take it. Take it for a ride again. I think the ES one's created double bottom. I think they're going to fake us out today. We had negative US shop data. I was expecting to pump up to that pivot point trend line, then short there. But I thought they may make a run down to that NQ 30-minute VWAP. And they did test it on the TradingView chart, the TradingView chart. They tested it. It'll just take a minute. News, what news? What news? What's the news? What's the news? What's the news? Oh, 4 minutes? Are you talking about that, real? 4 minutes till 10 a.m. Fed Bostic speaking. U.S. wholesale inventories month over month. U.S. wholesales month over month. 10 a.m. Norman yesterday was wild. Down around 600 with micros. Then made a full recovery and finished flat. Yeah, they're some of the best days though, Norman. You can learn a lot of info. That's why I tell you guys to constantly record your trading. If you just record your trading, you're a step above everyone else. Most traders do not. Most traders do not record. If you record your trading, you can introspect, review, go over what you did wrong, what you did right, and just adapt. Adapt the next time you trade. This is super bullish. Well, I got out. If you were an R&R trader, risk reward, you probably wouldn't have taken a trade there. But if you did, you would have just been stopped out. About to tap that pivot point at 23,656. What's up, Barn? Danny asks, so do you trade every couple minutes or the whole day? I trade till the volatility goes. Then we'll catch up on news, take trades as they come. There's a lot of downtime in trading. Tapping that pivot point. I want one more leg up. No meaningful pullback, one leg up. This is starting to get very risky. ES is above the VWAP, tapping the 100 MA, about to tap the 200 SMA, and Q tapping that pivot point. Be way better to join this. NQ already flushed the pre-market high. It's pre-market high. ES is not. ES is like 15 points away. I don't like the consolidation here. Much rather it just wick up 20 points and then pull back. Oh, man. You guys are new here. If you're getting value, learn what to do, what not to do. If you're enjoying the real, raw, transparent trading, not just videos, not just shorts, please smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe. I'm live every day at 9:30 a.m. EST, trading the market. Trading the market. Real, raw. Getting above that pivot point. Yeah, skinny above the 2-hour SMA. Nvidia propping up. That's a little annoying. Little annoying. No missed opportunity, only the next one. Boom, 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 boom. We just had news. U.S. wholesale inventories month-over-month revenue came in a low negative 0.1%, expected to be 0.2%. Fed Bostic is speaking now. U.S. wholesale inventories month-over-month came in a little green, 0.3%, expected to be 0.1%. Next news is in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, EIA natural gas change. Then we have massive news in 1 hour. Massive news in 1 hour. New York Fed inflation expectations. ES got below the 2-hour SMA again, 100 MA, about to tap the VWAP trend line. Toro was really hoping for a pullback to 520. Yep, I wanted that short from the start of the market. I've said it a couple times, but it's all hindsight. And at that point, it was easy to call because it already pulled back 30 points. But I was eyeing that before I even started stream. That trend line. I was waiting, my hand was on the hotkey, waiting for it to wick a little above the trend line like it did previously. It just decided to pull back before. Is what it is. There'll be other opportunities. No missed opportunity, only the next one. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. So far, the ES is kind of a consolidation range. Slow grind down. Little divergence from the ES and NQ. ES is trying to reject the VWAP currently going down. NQ is trying to come up. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Who took that short of that trend line? It was literally a couple points away from my target. Almost sent one, decided not to. Wait for the wick above that trend line. Gapper took it, I know that. Go chat. We're flushing out top of the 20 May. NQ 5 minute getting close to the 20 May. NQ 30 minute looking weak. The RSI fell below the MA inside the NQ 30 minute. On short chat, Nvidia is looking very strong. Apple is now up 2.65%. MicroStrategy's up. Palantir's coming up. Amazon's coming up. Nvidia's coming up. Gonna wake up. And Q's about to tap that pivot point. 3,656. ES is faking like it's going to reject the VWAP right now. Fake like it's going to reject the trend line as well. I kind of don't believe it. Tap that pivot point, rejected it for now. Yes, rejecting the VWAP. Q 5 minute coming down. Staying slow, chat. So far, only one trade. Nvidia is coming down. See, we'll see, we'll see. NQ 5 minute, tap the 20 May, bounced. ES is below the VWAP, volume weighted average price, below the trend line, below the 100 MA, below the 200 SMA. Gapper heading out to Walter Dog, said stop on last, so hoping for the best. Good luck, Gap. It's all in the list. Look at the flicker down list. Look at the flicker down list. Gotta tap that pivot point, chat. 23,606. ES just coming lower and lower. Battle tap, thank you. 30-minute VWAP. Waking. Tesla turning red. Microsoft turning red. Meta turning red. Tapping the low 15-minute orb. Any news? The Trump team likes Fed Waller's desire for rate cuts based on forecasts and favors him for Fed chair. Yeah, this could waterfall, guys. This really could waterfall. It's already pulled around 90 points. Remember, we're still gapped up around 180 points up. Tapping the pivot point. ES is bouncing. Become very volatile. The VIX is coming up as this comes down. ATR is at 25. It is very weak. The bears are winning. Apple's coming up. Mark, 6K a day for me, sitting on my hands for the rest of the day. I hope everyone killing it today. Love limit orders, just got text order filled. Trying to get above that pivot point. ES is trying to bounce. Tapping the 20 May. Still has some bullishness in it, but I think it could waterfall. Trying to stay patient. Missed the short up top by a little bit. Yes, trying to bounce. They might do some manipulation up. I expected this to fall. They could wake this up. Apple is very volatile right now. Nvidia's coming up and down. Projecting that pivot point. ES created lower low. NQ5 may rejected the 20 May again. Feel like they have a manipulation leg. Okay, is this the manipulation leg up? Okay, there it is. Now are they going to send this down after they liquidated the shorts? That is the question. Thank you. 5 minute getting above the 20 May. That is a higher low. Fear and greed index for the stock market came out 58 out of 100 greed. News in 12 minutes. It's just EIA, natural gas change. It's nothing too important. Some bullish wicks on NQ 5 minute. Thoughts, chat, thoughts. I am just sitting on my hands. Thank you, 5 man. Trying to get above the 20, man. Really hard market to read. I read it beautiful this morning, just didn't get in the entry on that short, which I should have just been in a little earlier. I'm in with one short. Could have to bottom ticked it. ES is starting to flip. Up 90. And Q5 may reject that 20 May 3 times. If it does it a 4th time, it's likely to break. Just starting with 1. I do not like this market so far, but it does have potential to waterfall. The NQ 30 May RSI is below that May. Up 200, up 300. Waterfall, 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 baby. Let's go. Might bounce. It's still in this consolidation range. Tap the support. You want a waterfall, chat. Waterfall, waterfall, waterfall. Where art thou, waterfall? Waterfall, beautiful.
Order submitted.
Putting stop, break even. Beautiful, love that. Up 300, up 400. Tapping the VWAP and bottom orb. I'm gonna hold this, even though it's probably gonna wake me out. I'm gonna hold it. Maximum reward, no risk. Free trade.
Order filled.
And stopped out for break even. Seems like a scalping type of day. Could have been up 800 if I would have just been scalping. Deciding to hold. If it breaks this 15-minute orb, I'm going in hard. Even though it's already overextended. And it's probably a very bad idea. Don't like the hesitation. ES is already overextended. I'll chill. I'm just a little frustrated that I missed the entry up top. No missed opportunities, only the next one. Let's slow down. Yeah, I don't know how much slower we can get, chat, but let's slow down. Fed Bostic, we're yet to see all the price changes. We'll see. Great spelling on that, whoever fucking wrote that one. Chevron tariff impact in 2025 estimate at less than 1% of the company's third-party spend, and is not expected to be material to finance results. Swiss President Keller Stuller, the balance of power is clear, but we also have some strong cards to play. We had signals from the U.S. negotiators that they support the deal and think it's good, but you can't be 100% certain that Trump sees it that way. News in 6 minutes, chat. News in 6 minutes. EIA natural gas change. It shouldn't be that big of a mover, but it is news on the docket. Crypto Fear Green X came out. 62 out of 100 agreed. NQ 30-minute VWAP has been rejected so far. About to time that pivot point 23,545. Chris, what's the scoop on Powell? What do you mean, Norman? What are you talking about? What scoop? What's the specifics? Just bang away, buying power. Tom said, I'm out again. Money calling later, buddy. Peace, Tom. Money calling. Money hit my line. Money blowing up my phone. She say she ain't mine, but that bitch be in my home. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Appreciate it, Tom. See you later, man. Jerome Powell still Fed chair. Trump has said explicitly over and over again he's not going to fire him. Explicitly. Nvidia is now 1.5% up. Tesla is down 0.3%. Google's down 0.3%. Google is up 0.3%. Amazon's up 1%. Microsoft is down 0.1%. Meta is down. Meta is down 0.2%. Apple is up 2.3%. Netflix is up 0.4%. MicroStrategy is up 2.5%. Palantir is up 1.35%. AMD is up 5.2%. AIM goes up 2%. The Dow is down 0.3%. The dollar is up 0.2%. The VIX is coming up in a wick. Bounce all that pivot point. $20 seconds until EIA natural gas change. Shouldn't be that big of a move, but you never know. Fed bossing, the jobs revision number raises a question of whether the U.S. is still at full employment and whether are more balanced now. 1-0, news is out. Harold said going short. Good luck, Harold. EI natural gas change came in positive 7 billion. I expect to be 12 billion. Next news on the docket is in 29 minutes. 29 minutes in New York Fed inflation expectations. Apple trying to come up, Nvidia trying to come down. We're building some bullish wicks. Think it has another leg down, but ES is trying to prop up. Indicators are starting to prop up. NQ 30-minute VWAP is at 23,577. Adris is predicting a V-shaped recovery. Let's go. What's up, Malad? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I would like one more leg down, please, sir. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? One more, sir. One more, chat. One more, chat. News in 25 minutes. As fast as you can, weight down 40 points. Thank you, 5 minute, having very bullish wicks. ES trying to pump. NQ about to test NQ 30-minute VWAP. ATR is at 27 and the VIX is at 16.76. Neutral for today. I was about to take a long on the possible wake up, but kind of in the middle of two consensus. Kind of want this to come down about 40-50 points, then have a bounce. ES is starting to pull back. Wick as fast as you can, down 30 points. I don't know, chat. I don't know. What do I know? What's up, Ash? How to be patient in trading. I lose my mind and immediately close the trade if it went wrong. You have too much in your net worth. You have too much in stake. You guys are getting over emotional and closing a trade when it goes a little bit against you. You're unsure of the trade. You're probably brand new, or a year or two in. You have too much at stake, too much risk reward, and you're probably looking at psychological colors, red and green, flashing on your screen, and it's getting your emotions riled up. Need to be in abundance. Tapping that pivot point. I do indeed, Norman. I've said it a couple times. I want to wick down as fast as possible, 30-50 points. As fast as possible. ES is below the VWAP, volume weighted average price. ES is below the 100 MA, 100-day moving average, and the 200 SMA, 200-day simple moving average. NQ 30-minute is below the VWAP, and NQ 5-minute is below the 20 MA, 21-day exponential moving average. Chris, do you believe in aliens? Yes, I do. Break lower. Let's go, Harold. More consolidates here, the more I think we're going to get wake up. Could just be baiting in, manipulating in all the longs, and then send this down. All right, they're gonna get me. I'm in with one. Up 80. Gonna put a stop. I don't love this, but it got me and manipulated me in. It's too good to pass up. If we do get stopped out, I'll wait till the plan. Normal plan. It's tapping NQ, VWAP, rejecting. We are not holding this, so the stop is the stop. ES is trying to break out. Video's coming up. Apple's coming up. This either goes now or does not. Up 90, about the top of 20 May. About to get above the NQ 30-minute VWAP. $11-point stop. Bears and bulls are battling. They reject this VWAP. We'll probably lose it. Down 100, down 150, about to be stopped out, stopped out. Now we're only up $70 for today. We're down 236 in that account, but we're up 306. We are battling the market. Will we win the war today or will we not? That is the question. Earth is not flat. You believe in life in the universe or the aliens are among us, all the above. There's a possibility for us being in a simulation as well, which is a very interesting thought and could very well be true. What's up, Prem? Well, I haven't been trading bad. We had 2 break-even trades that I could have scalped for 400. Decided to go full reward, 0 risk. So 2 break-even trades, 1 trade up 306. Now 1 down 236. So technically, we're up like $70 today. 2 break-even trades. Execution has been awful, but I don't love it. Not awful, but don't love it. More it consolidates here, the more coil it gets, the possibility for the spike is higher and higher. Staying patient. Let me get out of this account. Actually, we'll trade the one. So we're going to trade this account that has negative 236. In theory, it should wake up. Tapping the bottom 15-minute orb. Video coming up. Stafford, I'm looking for this to go to 23,590, then shorting, rejected. Breakout of 15-minute opening range, and now holding below it. Looking for a pop back into the range and reject. Yeah, I think we're about to get the pop. ES coming up. We have key news in 14 minutes. New York Fed expectation, inflation expectation. Fed Bostic, the jobs data did indicate risks to the labor market are much higher than seen before the last meeting.
Order
And with
filled.
too short, we will add a stop right at the high. A little late, up 300.
Order submitted.
Up 400, about to take one. A little lower. A little lower. That's a rejection of the 50-minute orb. Taking one out.
Filled. Order canceled.
Okay, we will be negative if this comes up. But putting it right above the 20 man. It's either flushes, waterfalls down to the key pivot point. We are gapped up, still 140 points. Or it gets above the VWAP and it starts climbing. Up 100, one contract short. Was reading news or I would have been in at the VWAP rejection. Not a bad entry though. Good risk an account here too. I like this a lot. Good afternoon to the US. Greetings, Toby. Appreciate it, Toby. Up 200, we want to break at this pivot point as fast as possible. Break at the 23,545. We're looking to ride this all the way to 23,520. Maybe a little before. Once it breaks that pivot point, I will move stop break even. Up 230, up 240. More it hesitates here, the more I do not like it. ES is flushing, trying to create a low. Okay, I like that. Beautiful. Tap the pivot point, up 350, up 380. Next candle, we will be moving, most likely break even. We're break even, up 450. We're actually going to secure some. We're going to secure 10 points. I want a waterfall. I do not want it to create a double bottom. Waterfall, baby. Waterfall, baby. Waterfall. Wick. Not up. Wick down. Waterfall. Up 380. Up 400. One contract short. Battery stopped out. 3 points away. 2 points away. Wick down. Waterfall down. Don't come up. Don't come up. And stopped out. Boom, 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 boom. It says we're only up 112 because remember we were trading the same account that was negative 230. So we secured around 350 in that account. Not too bad, not too bad. We reclaimed the losses. Now we're positive 400 for the day. 3 break-even trades and 2 positive. I don't want to blame the market because I did predict pretty much all this. I just didn't execute it, which is easy to say after it all happens, but very easy to say after it all happens. So my consensus before coming into the market, I looked at the chart, drew this trend line right here when market was right here, hoping that this right here, this wick up would wick up to this trend line. I was short here, was waiting for that pretty much all day, decided to go short here just in case it wanted to tap the you see here this ES, this purple line, and it might be a little hard to see for the shorts. This purple line is a trend line, very key trend line for the ES. Let me see. This is a very key trend line for the ES, and it started to break it. So I shorted the break. It ended up popping through it and then rejecting. I had the consensus to short that and then short at this trend line up top and just missed it. Completely missed it. Was expecting it to wick a little above just like it did previously back here. Wicked a little above. Was expecting that. Maybe even a break to possibly the 710s. Little execution. Little bit. Right idea, wrong execution. Tap for TP at 23,513. Yeah, so far today's a scalp day. I'd be up close to 1,500 if we were just scalping. ES is getting close to the gap fill. ES is only 4 points away. NQ is 130 points away. Yesterday's close for the NQ futures are at 23,422. We're currently gapped up 130 points. NQ futures are up 0.5%. ES is practically flat. About to tap that gap. Look at this consolidation range. Let's clean up the chart a bit. Key news, guys. Key news in 8 minutes. News in 8 minutes. News in 8 minutes. 11 a.m. EST. 11 a.m. EST. New York Fed inflation expectations. Very, 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 very important. Probably the best news we have during market today. The best news was before market when the U.S. initial jobless claims came out. Continued jobless claims. Then at 12 p.m. we have Trump signing executive order on 401ks. Then we have 1 p.m. U.S. 30-year bond. That's not light news. But New York Fed inflation is probably going to be the best volatility. Unless some crazy tweets come out, unless something crazy from the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, comes out. But everything's kind of looking good in that regard. Trump and him are going to be speaking at a summit soon. I hate trading Forex, Peter. Tried it for a week, absolute garbage. For me, everyone has their own different things. And what they like trading. Some people it's Forex, some people it's gold, some people it's the NASDAQ, some people it's crypto. Some people it's an amalgamation of all. Turo, what do you mean? Turo asks, can you expand on what you didn't like? I don't know what you mean. Is that referring to the trade we were just in? Why I cut it? Why I put a stop? I don't know what exactly you mean. If you're talking about the trend line, how I rejected, why I didn't get in, it was consolidating too much around it, too many points. Also, Nvidia was up, Apple up. Why I didn't get a short when it hit that top trend line is because I was expecting a wick. Just decided to wait for the wick, and then the move happened pretty quick. It wicked down 30-50 points before I could short it. Decided not to enter because I didn't know which way the market was going to flip. Turo, that was so long ago. All I remember is I tried it for a week and I just didn't like it. I didn't like I think I placed a bet on the US and Europe pairs. The US and Euro. And just was like, what am I doing? I saw a couple of videos, thought it would look fun, tried it for a week, and just really can't get more specific than that. It was like 4 or 5 years ago. Come in with one long, missed it, was busy talking. That trend line was the target. Missed it by 7 points so far. Up 50, up 80, up 100, up 130. May have to cut this early. We are against it, by the way. This could waterfall very heavily down. We are against it. Up 140, up 150. Looking for a little higher, little higher, little higher, little higher. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, baby. We are late entry, so I'm about to cut it a little earlier than I want. Should be profiting more, but it is what it is. 170, a little more. Taking it, beautiful. Scalp 200, beautiful. That should have been at least 300. But you can't complain with 15 points, 10 points. Is what it is. Move on, should have secured around 20. Not gonna hold it for longer. We're against trend, we're against everything. Against legit everything. Absolutely everything. Couldn't see the trade. That's fine. The entry was at this trend line right here. Missed it by 7 points. Decided to still long it and secured around 10. 10, 12. On the wick up. Securing 200 in the account. Stunna, what's up, man? Appreciate you pointing that out, shout out. Appreciate you. That could have been like that for a while. What platform do you trade on? Ninja Trader, NQ Futures. I trade on Ninja Trader. For crypto, I trade on BITUNIX. If you guys are interested in anything, everything is below. Everything I use is below in the description. In the description. ES has filled the gap for the day, by the way. NQ has not filled the gap. NQ is still gapped up 110 points. Yesterday's close again at 23,422. I don't know what you mean, Peter. I'm assuming you want that. I get my pivot points off the NQ 30-minute. Unless we're in uncharted territory, then I get it on the 2-minute chart. Like when we were at all-time highs for a couple days there was no previous data, so I had to get off the 2-minute. Gap 65 points. Good job, Dafford. Dafford. I keep calling you Dafford. Dafford. What's up, kitty? Appreciate the file. You like Dafford? Okay. Tapping that pivot point, 23,545. Make sure you guys vote on the poll, vote on the poll, vote on the poll. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? Profitable, negative, or learning? We will take a look in a minute. Go chat. We do have that key news. Hold on. New York Fed inflation expectations just came out. So far, market's waking up. Waiting. The New York Fed July ahead expected inflation at 3.1 versus 3% in June. 3-year ahead expected inflation unchanged at 3% in July. 5-year ahead expected inflation at 2.9 in July versus 2.6 in June. Home price raise expectations unchanged at 3% in July. Consumers are more upbeat about current and financial outlooks. Consumers see credit as easier to get in the future. Next news at 11:30, 28 minutes. U.S. 4-week bill. Not that important. After that, it's 12 p.m. Trump signing executive orders. Then 1 p.m. U.S. 30-year bond. Stana, any advice on the mental aspect of trading a demo to a funded? Bought my first funded and I'm down about 1K. Took a little break, started another demo 50K and up 2K today alone. When you trade, record your trading. Record your trading via OBS or whatever you use. Record your trading if you have the space, if you have the opportunity. After you're done trading, like take a break, get emotionally removed from your trading, review, introspect. Create an Excel spreadsheet. Calculate your winning trades for the day, your losing trades, put them in a column, calculate the win rate. Then calculate the P&L. How much did you win? How much did you lose? Then to the right of that, write a sentence, summarize a synopsis of the day. Write that. Also remove the green and red colors. Remove them. They are psychological triggers to get you emotional. If it was up to me, I wouldn't even trade with P&L on screen. Luckily, I'm 5 years in, half a decade in, so I can kind of get away with it and just remove it from my mind. But I do not like seeing the P&L when I'm trading. I trade the execution over the result. If you have good execution, you will have good result. Be in abundance so you get rid of fear and greed. If you have multiple accounts you're trading like me, if you have one loser, you can get rid of it from your mind and just start fresh. If that loses, you start fresh. And then if you have too many losses, you may want to take a walk, take a break. I can't really do that on screen. Sometimes I just sit on my hands. If I'm not liking something, I just sit on my hands, which is not good for streaming. I was peaking viewers earlier, went quiet, just zoned out, stared at the charts, got back into the zone and wasn't even doing that bad. I had a couple breaking trades, then a couple winners, one loss, but still positive for the day. But went from a good amount of concurrent viewers to back down. So I'm not really letting that affect me too much. But I clock everything. Tell me how I should feel about the news, good or bad. What do you think? Stunner, watch out for the consistency rule. If it applies, 50K account, normally it's 3K to pass. but need each day to be less than 1500. Yep, you need to look at the prop firm rules. And anything I say or do is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Hold your own conviction. Do what is best for you and your circumstances. This is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Don't FOMO, don't overtrade, and most importantly, chat, there are no missed opportunities, only the next one. No missed opportunities, only the next one. We're double bottoming. Don't know if we're gonna get it. Still downtrending a bit. The indicators are coming up. ES is trying to bounce, tapping the gap that is already filled. So far, that range is holding. It went through it, just like I wanted up top, and got a bounce. Good luck, that FOD, that forward. ES coming down from the gap fill, and Q about to tap that pivot point. Pivot point at 23,519. If it breaks this range, not good. It's not the grape. Not the grape. Just got back, only did one con, but came back to 300. Good job, Ledge. Good job, Ledge. Swinging this all day. Stop at 23,425. Holy. You have 100-point stop? What are you trading? 1 micro? Holy. Holy. Thank you for all the free knowledge, for real. It's been a rough start. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you, Stunna. It's not easy when you're just starting. That's why if I was a beginner again, I would start simulated trading. I have half a decade under my belt, so we are going at it for real. But if I was just starting out again, simulated trade for a couple weeks, couple months, do exactly what I said, record trading, Excel spreadsheet, etc. Introspect, review. Also, watch other traders. See what style you like and implement what you like and dislike. When people do something wrong, take the lessons as they come and just implement whatever you like. Take the best from the rest. ATR is 125 points for 4 hour. Yeah, you guys are, man. 125 point stop is crazy, but he is swinging it all day, so a little different. ATR volatility is coming down. I'm gonna take this one contract long. Stop's gonna be below the pivot point, below that range. Up 30, up 50. We have that pivot point up top of 120, 150. Pivot point at 23,545. We want to wake through that. Moving stop break even. No reason to risk it. I'm wanting true break even. Waking up 200, up 230. ES is breaking out. This is good. I'll rejoin if we get stopped out. It's fine.
Order filled.
And stopped out, break even again. It has a lot more potential than 15 points. Or how much was that? 15 points. Trying the same account too. Let me get out of that. That should have been a bigger pop. That worries me for this bullishness. The fact that that did not pop. That should have popped a lot higher. Atlanta Fed GDP Now Index, little changed at 2.53%. U.S. to sell 82 billion 3-month bill on August 11th to settle August 14th. U.S. to sell 73 billion 6-month bill on August 11th. Today is a strange moving day. Very strange. Market start was all right. Appreciate it. Thank you. About to tap that pivot point, 23,519. If it falls out of this range, it could waterfall very hard. Oh, you got your wish, Stefan. Rejecting that pivot point, rejecting that range. ES 1 minute RSI getting below that May. Blames our 120 day for the ES 1 minute, getting oversold. The likelihood for a bounce is there. There, chat. Apple still trying to come up. What's up, Chris? Good to see you, man. Long time no see. We're doing all right. We're up 600. All accounts green. One account was down 236. 4 break-even trades though. Could have scalped it. We'd be up 1,600 extra. Boom, 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 boom.
Order.
I met with one, could have been manipulated. I will put a stop.
Order submitted.
Right below the wick. If it comes below that range, it's breaking back into it. If it rejects, I really could tighten up this stop, but I'm gonna give it some room. Give it some room. Down 20, up 10. One contract long. Nvidia's coming up. Apple's coming up. Has a chance. I'm not giving it more room. This is a very key trend line, very key pivot point. If it breaks below this pivot point with a true rejection, so far it's just been wicks, it's going to be pretty strong. Try and reject it. Not good. Down 100. Down 200 and stopped out. Down 285 in that account. So we're up 300 now. Could just be manipulation down, send this up. Very strange. Oh, yeah. Very strange moving market today. I mean, the trend's clear. It's downtrending, obviously. A lot of manipulation though. Very strange. Could just be me. Probably just me. There's the wick. Boom, boom, boom. Tapping that pivot point, breaking outside the range. And 30-minute VWAP at 571. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Appreciate it, legend. I may be here tomorrow. I may take tomorrow off. There's literally no news on the docket. Zero news on the docket. The only thing on the docket is a Fed speaking, then 1 p.m. US Baker Hughes. But almost be a waste of a trading day. We would literally just be sitting and watching a consolidating market. Haven't decided. Appreciate you, legend. Appreciate you. Right on. I'll see you next time then. Appreciate it, legend. See you in Discord, my friend. I met with one long. We're looking to ride this to the VWAP. To the VWAP, to the hard drop. Only with one, just in case one's come down a little lower, consolidate. But Apple is ticking up hard, Nvidia is ticking up hard. Up 100, 140, 150, 175. Looking for higher, chap. Up 150, one contract long. Up 200, waking up. Market makers. Turo, MMS is market makers. MMs as market makers. Pretty bearish wicks. Up 100, 130, 140, 150, 160. One contract long. Up 10 points. ES trying to come higher. MicroStrategy's up 4.15%. Palantir is up 2.22%. Apple is saying now 3.03% up. Nvidia is up 1.53%. Tapping that pivot point. Bearish wicks on NQ 5-minute. Tapping the 20 May. So far it's bouncing. Flushing down. Up 100. Good job, Defford. Good stuff. Really fighting hard here. I'm adding one. It was too long. It'll probably flush down here, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Probably a sign I should short it. I'm liking where the indicators are. I'm liking the chance. ATR is the only thing I don't like. Don't like how low volatility this is. And there's a flush down 500. Adding one on that flush. We're gonna step this up. We are not playing around with this. This could waterfall very hard. Very hard if it doesn't go up here. Down 700, 3 contracts long. Wait until it hits that range. A little more. Little lower. Don't bounce there. A little lower. In with 6. 9 contracts long. Looking for a bounce on the range. We're stepping it up. Very high risk. This could waterfall very hard. Extremely hard. So far it is. Down 2,000. 1,500 away from blowing. 9 counts, 9 contracts long, tapping that pivot point.
Order
And with
filled.
4 more, and 13 long. $1,000 away from blowing. 500
Order filled.
and blown. Now we are negative. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. So far, everything I should do, everything I do, I should do the opposite. That's how we're reading the market today. Should have been opposite day. Putin met India's national security advisor, Daval. Brutal day in the market. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Missed a top opportunity for today. Missed that short of the trend line. Read it before market. Didn't get it. Joseph, first time. I like it here. I hate it here. Hate this market. Hate today. Almost went back in with another account. Stopped myself. What we normally would do. Don't like today. Could change, could turn around. So far, I'm reading the market ass backwards. At least in this consolidation range. The start, I was reading it perfectly. Rejection off that range. Short at that trend line the ES got below. But after that, absolutely stunning. Norman, the VWAP on NinjaTrader is probably volume weighted average price. They probably spelled it out. How do I get on my chart? I know what it is. If you have the chart open, it's up top. One of them next to data series to the right. Indicators, press it and search. If you don't have the chart up, you should be able to add it before. You can add it either way. Bruh, bruh. I got 503 and 26 points. Good job, Giannis. What's up, Suresh? This is not going
very much.
This is Trump making an announcement yesterday.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You know this gentleman, one of the truly great legends of our time, my book. Before we begin, I'd like to say a few words about the shooting at Fort Stewart in Georgia. As you know, 5 people were seriously wounded and 2...
There was a shooting yesterday? Wow, I have not been keeping up with the news, man.
Very, very seriously hurt around 11 o'clock this morning. The shooter is now in custody, and the Army Criminal Investigation Division is on site to ensure that the perpetrator of this atrocity, which is exactly what it is, will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The entire nation is praying for the victims and their families, and hopefully they'll fully...
He said 5 dead in the shooting, correct?
...recover, and we can put this chapter behind, but we're not going to forget what happened. We're going to take very good care of this person that did this horrible person. This afternoon, we're pleased to welcome to the White House one of the great and most esteemed business leaders and geniuses and innovators anywhere in the world, Apple CEO Tim Cook. It's an amazing job. Thanks as well to Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent and Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick for being here.
That is Tim Cook. He's supposedly raising the investment into the U.S. by $100 billion.
Wherever you may be. Oh, there you are. Hello, fellas.
While they're doing this press conference
today, Apple is
yesterday.
announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home. $600 billion. It's the biggest there is. The company is also unveiling its ambitious new American manufacturing program, which will bring factories and assembly lines across our country, all roaring to life. Areas that were not doing so well are doing very well. We have about $17 trillion coming into the United States, which is more than ever before. That's never even come close. There's never been anything like it. Not even you. That's even a lot of money for you. But we have commitments of more than $17 trillion. That was as of a couple of weeks ago. These investments will directly create more than 20,000 brand new American jobs and many thousands more at the Apple suppliers like Corning, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, and Samsung, who all deal in that world. As part of this historic commitment, Apple will massively increase spending on its domestic supply chain for the iPhone and will build the largest and most sophisticated smart glass production line in the world in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, which is a great, actually, I did very well there. I like it because I see I did very well there. I did very well in Kentucky, but it's a great place. You're going to be very happy. I thought maybe while we're up, I'll interrupt my own speech by, you might show them a little bit about the product that you're going to be doing in Kentucky, Tim.
Absolutely. You mind if I step up
Yes,
here?
please.
This box was made here in the U.S., in California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one. It was designed by a U.S. Marine Corps corporal, a former one, that works at Apple now.
That's good. He's done well.
Designed it for you. And the base comes from Utah, and it's 24 karat gold, and it sits, I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
Well, let's see. There we go. Congratulations,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
It's
Thank you so
fantastic.
much.
The great people of Kentucky. You're going to find it a great place to do business, too. It's fantastic. Isn't that nice? We're doing these things now in the United States instead of other countries, faraway countries. This is a significant step toward the ultimate goal of ensuring that iPhones sold in the United States of America also are made in America. With the mass infusion of capital it's announcing today, Apple will also build a 250,000 square foot server manufacturing facility in Houston and invest billions of dollars to construct data centers across the country from North Carolina to Iowa to Oregon. That's big stuff. Apple will also open state-of-the-art manufacturing economy. It's going to be a manufacturing academy in Detroit, and that's a great place to do. You know, big things are happening in Michigan and Detroit. They're coming in because of what we've done with the, I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. I added one word, great. But we have probably the biggest, most comprehensive piece of legislation ever passed. It's going to mean unbelievable numbers of jobs and no jobs on, think of this, whether it's tips or overtime or Social Security, no tax. So no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And there's just a small bit of it. For Apple and others businesses, we're talking about the deductions and all of the things. And actually for people that go out and buy a car, first time it's ever been done, we talk about deductions for companies, but they're going to be able to deduct interest when they borrow money to buy a car if it's made in America. It has to be made in America. So it is amazing. And one of the reasons I think I can say that Apple's coming here is the legislation we just passed with this kind of investment. Apple will also open other facilities, rare earth magnets from Texas, and build, oh, I love that you're doing this. I love that. I love that. And build a brand new rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. I know that area. That's where they have a lot of truly rare earth. That's fantastic. I love that. And Apple will help develop and manufacture semiconductors and semiconductor equipment in Texas, Utah, Arizona, and New York. For years, Americans have watched as many of our leading tech giants built their factories overseas and exported American jobs abroad. But under the Trump administration, we're doing everything possible to make this the best place on earth to build a factory or grow businesses. I'm allowing them to build electric producing plants with their factory, because otherwise they'd have to hook into the grid. And I think it's one of the biggest things we've done, where you can build, Tim, your own electricity. You become your own electric manufacturer, and that goes along with the plant. So you become a utility. So congratulations, now you're in the utility. I hope they don't value your company based on utility, but that's okay. You're going to be making your own electricity. And as you probably know, for much of this and many of the things that we're doing, especially the AI, they would need actually double the electricity that the country now produces for everything. So it's massive electric, and they're going to be able to make their own, and they're getting very fast approvals. Lee Zeldin is doing a fantastic job, including with a 100% expensing on the one big beautiful bill. In return, we're asking our businesses to invest in America, and they're coming in at levels that we've never seen before. So I don't know when it shows up, but there are a lot of factories and a lot of plants that are either under construction or soon will be starting construction. So can't tell you exactly when, but I want to be around in about a year from now and 2 years from now, because we're going to see an explosion, I think, like this country has never seen before. Never. Today's announcement is one of the largest commitments in what has become among the greatest investment booms in our nation's history, and we've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. You know, I told you the story that, and Tim, I'll tell you, but I went to the Middle East, and I was with Qatar, I was with UAE, and the King of Saudi Arabia, all great leaders. And then I went to NATO and saw many great leaders, and we just finished that about 4 weeks ago. Virtually everyone said, in effect, that we were a dead country 1 year ago. America, this was a dead country. We were dying, we were dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world. This would have never happened except for certain people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. NVIDIA is investing $500 billion to go along with Apple's $600 billion. $600 billion. Micron, great company, is investing $200 billion. IBM is investing more than $150 billion. SoftBank is investing substantially more than $100 billion. TSMC is investing $200 billion. Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. Merck, Stellantis, and General Motors are putting many, many billions in. They haven't determined the final number. And many other countries are investing tens of billions of dollars, and I'm not going to give you the whole list because the list is too long to read, but it's hundreds of billions and even trillions. I mean, it's trillions of dollars is being invested right now. Last week, it was announced that our economy grew at 3% in the second quarter, and consumer confidence is surging. Blue-collar wages are rising rapidly. Costs are way down. You know, I listen to these horrendous frauds on CNN and various other fake news networks, and they say costs are up. No, costs are down. Gasoline is down. It's going to soon, I believe, be less than $2 a gallon. It's around $2.40 right now, many places other than California where they tax you out of business, but and a couple of others. But gasoline is way down. The price of groceries are down. How about eggs? When I first came here, my first week, the press hit me very hard on eggs. Eggs had quadrupled or something. I said, I didn't know about it. Give me a chance. I've just been here for 4 days. Well, eggs are down. Everything's down. Price is down. The only thing that's up is stock prices. That's really...
You were in the Navy? You were in the Navy, Norman? No, I'm not, Turks, but don't be shilling anything. Thank you for your service, Norman. I had no idea this whole time. This whole time. Spent time in Millington, CBs. Where am I right now? Yeah.
up, and that's through the roof. The stock market has been hitting all-time records, all-time highs. Last week it was announced that our economy grew at levels that we haven't seen in a long time. But the real levels of growth are going to be judged in a year from now when you start seeing some of these incredible plants, because we have car plants opening. They're coming in from Canada, from Mexico, and from all over the world. And they're coming in because they like the way the election worked out, but they also like the fact that they don't want to pay tariffs. And the tariffs, I think, will be we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs. I won't be so specific other than to say, because we don't even know what the final number is. We just made a deal, as you know, with the EU where they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars, Japan paying hundreds of billions of dollars, and numerous other countries paying hundreds of billions of dollars. And we're not even completed there. And as you know, they found $25 billion 3 weeks ago. They said, we have a surplus of $25 billion. And they said, where did this come from? I said, check the tariffs. And they checked. They said, you're right, that's where it came from. And we've really just started. This is just in its infancy. So we have a great country. We have a country that is going to be very rich. It's a country that we're very proud of, but it's going to be very rich. And it's companies like Apple, they're coming home. They're all coming home. And we want them to come home. They have to come home. We're going to treat them really well. We're going to be putting a very large tariff on chips and semiconductors. But the good news.
This was yesterday. President Trump making an announcement. If you're just tuning in, this was done yesterday. We are just catching up on some news. This is Apple putting another $100 billion in investment. So they're doing a press conference, et cetera, et cetera.
For companies like Apple is if you're building in the United States or have committed to build, without question committed to build in the United States, there will be no charge. In other words, we're not going to be charging. So a lot of countries, a lot of companies are leaving various other places and they're coming to the United States. So in other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge. So I just want everyone to know that. And I didn't even tell you that inside. We discussed the concept, but I didn't. So it's a big factor. So 100% tariff on all chips and semiconductors coming into the United States. But if you've made a commitment to build, or if you're in the process of building as many all of the things that you're building, if you're building, there will be no charge. So I just want everyone to know that. And I didn't even tell you that inside. We discussed the concept, but I didn't. So it's a big factor. So 100% tariff on all chips and semiconductors coming into the United States. But if you've made a commitment to build, or if you're in the process of building, as many are, there is no tariff. Okay? If for some reason you say you're building and you don't build, then we go back and get
mouth closed, because they are building 79 factories.
We add it up, it accumulates, and we charge you at a later date. You have to pay, and that's a guarantee. So that's a big statement, and I think the chip companies are all coming back home. They're all coming back. You know, we started with Intel, and gradually Intel was just taken over the coals. They were taken to the cleaners, frankly, and moved to other places, in particular Taiwan. But I think a lot of those companies are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly. So that's a big statement. 100% tariff. I want to thank you very much. Tim, would you like to say a few words about your company, please?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, thank you very much for having me here today. You've been a great advocate for American innovation and manufacturing, and I'm grateful for your leadership and your commitment. That's a commitment we share at Apple, because American innovation is central to everything we do. Our products are designed here, we're hiring and growing here, and we support 450,000 jobs with thousands of suppliers and partners in all 50 states. Earlier this year, we made our largest ever spending commitment, $500 billion to the U.S. over the next 4 years. That's already yielding results. Earlier this year, we broke ground on a new factory in Houston to make advanced AI servers. And just last month, the very first test unit rolled off that factory's line, proudly made in America. President Trump shared some kind words about that work, but he also asked us to think about what more we could commit to doing. And Mr. President, we took that challenge very seriously. I'm glad to be here with you today, and I'm very proud to say that today we're committing an additional $100 billion to the United States, bringing our total U.S. investment to $600 billion over the next 4 years. As a part of this, we're launching Apple's American Manufacturing Program. It will spur even more production right here in America for critical components used in Apple products all around the world. And we're thrilled to announce that we've already signed new agreements with 10 companies across America to do just that. First, with today's announcements, I'm proud to say that Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging. In Texas, we're working with manufacturers like Texas Instruments, Global Wafers America, and Applied Materials. We're working with Amcor in Arizona and Broadcom and Global Foundries in New York. Thanks to President Trump's vision, and with his help in his first term, we also led the way to bring TSMC to Arizona by committing to be their first and largest customer. Today, they're producing tens of millions of chips for Apple using one of the most advanced process technologies in America today. We're going to keep working with our suppliers to move even more of this incredibly advanced work to America. And this year alone, American manufacturers are on track to make 19 billion chips for Apple in 24 factories across.
Does anyone notice that Tim Cook's teeth are literally rotted out? I mean, he's an old man, but still, I mean, he is public facing. I mean, you're representing Apple, and that's, I mean, that's a little crazy, man. A little crazy.
Across
I
12
don't want to
different
notices
states.
that.
Second, we're committed to buying American-made
Or he ate some blueberries and didn't have time to brush his teeth.
advanced rare earth magnets developed by MP Materials, which will become part of Apple's devices shipped around the world. MP is the only fully integrated rare earth producer in the United States, and with this partnership, they'll be significantly expanding their flagship facility in Fort Worth, Texas. We're also thrilled to work together on a cutting-edge rare earth recycling line in Mountain Pass, California. And third, in Kentucky, we've worked with our partners at Corning to build the world's largest and most advanced smartphone glass production line. And I'm pleased to announce that very soon, this is for the first time ever, every single new iPhone and every single new Apple Watch sold anywhere in the world will contain cover glass made in Kentucky. In addition to the American manufacturing program, we're also significantly growing our investments in AI.
Look at that grin.
In addition to the American manufacturing program, we're also significantly growing our investments in AI,
man.
including expanding data center capacity in North Carolina, in Nevada, in Iowa, in Arizona, and Oregon. So we're going to keep making investments right here in America. We're going to keep hiring in America. And we're going to keep building technologies at the heart of our products right here in America. Because we're a proud American company, and we believe deeply in the promise of this great nation. Thank you all, and thank you, President Trump, for putting American innovation and American jobs front and center. Thank you, sir.
Great honor.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What a job he's done. What a job. Incredible. I want to thank you very much, and thank you, JD, for helping along. Good job. Really good job. Any questions, please?
Mr. President,
Yes.
you promised on the campaign trail to bring forward a manufacturing renaissance. You just mentioned $17 trillion in your first 7 months or so.
Right.
Can you talk about how an investment like this, all the other ones that you laid out, will positively impact the millions of Americans that trusted you with their vote?
Thank you very much. It changes our country. I mean, our country is a very different country than it was 6 months ago. And people like Tim are coming. We had Micron in yesterday. We had all of the big, great companies that you read about, you don't know about, but you read about. Many of them were making products outside of our country. Foolishly, we lost them. If we had the right person sitting in that seat, that would have never happened 20 and 30 years ago. When you look at the chip business, it would have never left our shores. We had 100% of chips originally, and then we slowly got taken down to nothing. We have the biggest chip companies, the both of them, but we have the biggest in the world coming in. They're going to Arizona and beyond. And we're going to have, in a short period of time, we'll be up to almost 50% of the chips from starting at nothing. And that's something. But we have the greatest companies in the world coming into our country, and that means jobs, and it means wealth, and wealth means security for our people. Okay? Brian?
Yes, sir. Congratulations on this investment, President Trump. And
Thank you.
Put a great example of putting America first. What does the labor force look like to fill these jobs that you have? Do we have enough skilled American workers to fill these?
Well, we do have a lot of workers, and we have a lot of workers that hadn't been looking for work because they were disincentivized, frankly. And people like Tim have tremendous schools and training centers that they build along with a lot of their big plants where they train people on whether it's glass, like in Kentucky, or computers, or whatever they might be doing. It's a complex world, and they train people, and they do a great job. So it's a whole new workforce. Now, we have a lot of them in energy because, you know, they've always liked energy. As you know, coal has opened up big. We brought it back and brought it back in a very large way. You know, China's right now building 58 coal-fired plants, 58 big ones. And here we were saying we don't take coal. We have more coal than anybody else in the world. We have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. But we have tremendous energy jobs, and the energy, as you know, we're booming with energy. And that's why the gasoline prices are down. The costs are down. I just hope when they watch these shows, I watch this, I won't use names because I just make them better known that nobody knows who they are. But I watch this group of people on CNN and MSDNC too, the same thing, where they say, well, costs have gone up. Costs haven't gone up, they've gone down. I'm telling you, the thing that's gone up is stock prices and success of our country. Our country is really doing well, successful. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. President, have Putin and Zelensky agreed to a summit yet, and where and when would that be?
Well, there's a very good prospect that they will, and we haven't determined where, but we had some very good talks with President Putin today.
Putin already agreed to the summit with Trump earlier this morning. So President Trump and Putin are going to have a summit. So it's very positive news after the just one aggression escalation after another. Finally, they're sitting down and talking before it gets out of control. Remember, this was yesterday. We're just catching up on news
Today, and there's a very good chance that we could be ending the round, ending the end of that road. That road was
trying to get me banned.
long and continues to be long, but there's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
How close do you think you are to a deal?
Excuse me?
How close do you think you are to something?
Well, I don't want to say. I've been disappointed before with this one. You know, we've solved 5 wars, plus add to that Iran, where we wiped out their nuclear capacity for weapons. They would have had a weapon within 2 months, maybe less, and that was totally obliterated. It turned out it was a total obliteration. And the pilots and the people that did that job are really, we have the greatest armed forces in the world, but that was really something. In fact, there's a model of the plane right there. You got to bring that up, Susie. We have to see that. Look at this. This was just given to me. You know, we ordered brand new B-2 bombers. This is a plane that over a period of 36 hours of constant flying, look at this. So this is the brand new one they just ordered, similar but actually quite different. It's new and enhanced. It's an amazing machine. It went 36 hours. We had 52 tankers up in the air loading up our planes because this was surrounded by F-22s and F-35s, and it was flawless, Tim. Even you would say it was flawless. And every one of those bombs hit their target. And then we had Tomahawks shot in from a submarine 300 miles away, and they hit every single Tomahawk hit its target. It was amazing. And that was a big threat. That was a nuclear threat. And here's the new one that we just ordered, a large number of them.
Mr. President, what was the breakthrough today? Did Vladimir Putin make some kind of concession that he hasn't been willing to make before?
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, you know, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places. But in terms of soldiers, I think Russia's lost over 20,000 since the beginning of the year, 20,000. And I guess the estimate for Ukraine is about 9,000. It's a terrible situation. We want to get it stopped. You know, we don't have American soldiers there, but I feel I have an obligation to get it stopped. This was not my war. This war would have never started, not even a chance. And it didn't start for 4 years. It went 4 years and didn't start. But this is Biden's war. This was on his watch. And, you know, it's funny. We had no land was taken from Trump. It was taken from Bush. It was taken from Biden. The whole thing they would take from Biden. It weren't for us. But it was taken by Obama. Take a look at what was taken with all of the land that was taken. Nothing was taken by Russia from us. Not 1 ounce of land was taken. I'm here to get the thing over with. It would have never started if I were president, and we're here to get it stopped and get the death stopped. Yeah, please.
President, in the past, you said you would know if Putin was hacking you along. What gives you any confidence that he is or isn't doing that this time around?
Can't answer the question yet. I'll tell you in a matter of weeks, maybe less. But we made a lot of progress. And as you know, we put a 50% tariff on India on oil. They're the second largest. They're very close to China in terms of the purchase of oil from Russia.
What's up, Christian?
But so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. But we've had very productive talks today. Yes, ma'am?
President Trump, on federalizing DC,
President File, the modern furry.
We're considering it, yeah, because the crime is ridiculous. I could show you a chart comparing D.C. to other locations, and you're not going to want to see what it looks like. It was just up on television, actually. They were showing it. Now, we want to have a great, safe capital, and we're going to have it. And that includes cleanliness, and it includes other things. We have a capital that's very unsafe. You know, we just almost lost a young man, beautiful, handsome guy that got the hell knocked out of him the night before last. And I'm going to call him now. We wanted to give him a little recovery time. We just put a call into him. They're calling back in a little while, but he went through a bad situation.
Market beat us up today so far, Christian. It was going all right, then we blew one account. Blew one account, down 285 in the other, and have 600 in green. 2 negative, but the execution, ATR, volatility, everything just is garbaggio bean. Missed the entry for what I wanted earlier this morning. Tried to push on, but it is haunting me. Haunting me. We have news at 1 p.m. in an hour. I don't know if I'm going to stay or not.
To put it mildly, and there's too much of it. We're gonna do something about it. So whether you call it federalized or what, and that also includes the graffiti that you see, the papers all over the place, the roads that are in bad shape, the medians that are falling down, the median in between roads that's falling down. We're gonna
We also had 4 break-even trades that I could have scalped for 400 each.
The city. We're going to make it beautiful. And what a shame. The rate of crime, the rate of muggings, killings, and everything else, we're not going to let it. And that includes bringing in the National Guard, maybe very quickly, too.
And do you want Congress to look at overturning the D.C. Home Rule Act?
We're going to look at that. In fact, the lawyers are already studying it. We have to run D.C. This has to be the best-run place in the country, not the worst-run place in the country. And it has so much potential. And we're going to take care of it. You're going to be safe. You're going to be safe walking down streets. You're not going to get mugged.
Mr. President, if you do reach a deal with Ukraine and Russia, would you drop the additional tariffs on India?
Well, we'll determine that later. But right now, they're paying a 50% tariff. Okay?
Yeah, please. One for Mr. Cook as well.
Yeah, please. Sure.
The president wants a made-in-the-USA iPhone. What are the chances that you can actually make that happen?
Well, if you look at the bulk of it, we're doing a lot of the semiconductors here. We're doing the glass here. We're doing the Face ID module here. So there's a ton of it. And we're doing these for products sold elsewhere in the world. And so there's a lot of content in there for the United States.
But what about the whole thing?
We're very proud of it.
Can you make the whole thing?
Is just the final assembly that you're focused on. And that will be elsewhere for a while.
He makes many of the components here And we've been talking about it, and the whole thing is set up at other places, and it's been there for a long time. So in terms of the cost and all, but I think we may incentivize him enough that one day he'll be bringing that. But he brings most of the stuff. Look, he's not making this kind of an investment anywhere in the world, not even close. He's coming back. I mean, Apple's coming back to America. Thank you.
Mr. President, Indian officials
Indian
officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buying
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste.
You're going to see a lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, you were the driving force behind Operation Warp Speed, these mRNA vaccines that are the gold standard.
Right.
Now your health secretary is pulling back all the funding for research. He's saying that the risks outweigh the benefits, which puts him at odds with
Research
the
on
entire
what?
medical community and with you. What is going
Yeah.
on?
Research on what?
Into mRNA vaccines.
Well, we're going to look at that. We're talking about it, and they're doing a very good job. And, that is a pass. With Operation Warp Speed was, whether you're Republican or Democrat, considered one of the most incredible things ever done in this country. The efficiency, the way it was done, the distribution, everything about it has been amazing. But, that was now a long time ago. And we're on to other things. But we are speaking about it. We have meetings about it tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and we'll determine. We're looking for other answers to other problems, to other sicknesses and diseases, and I think we're doing really well. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said many times that you want to stop wars in the Middle East. Now, Prime Minister Netanyahu is contemplating reoccupying Gaza entirely. Is he defying you, sir, or are you giving him a green light?
Well, we have stopped wars in the Middle East by stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon, and they're they can say they're going to start all over again, but that's a very dangerous thing for them to do, because we'll be back. As soon as they start, we'll be back. And I think they understand that. They're just words. But no, we've stopped a lot of wars in the Middle East. If you think about what we did with Iran, Iran was the perpetrator of hate, a very evil place, and I think it's going to be a lot different in the coming years.
On the India penalties, do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates to their purchases?
Could happen. Depends on how we do. Could happen.
I've got an entertainment-based question for you. A few weeks ago, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving his show. Howard Stern announced that he and Sirius XM Radio are parting ways. Do you think the hate Trump business model that's been in the entertainment business is going out of business because it's not popular with the American people?
Well, it hasn't worked, and it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here, I could go outside in the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going.
Did he
I don't
just
know, but I would
diss
imagine,
all the talk shows?
And it hasn't worked really for a long time, and I would say pretty much from the beginning. Colbert has no talent. I mean, I could take anybody here, I could go outside in the beautiful streets and pick up a couple of people that do just as well or better. They get higher ratings than he did. He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know.
Did he say one more?
He's got no talent. Fallon has no talent. Kimmel has no talent. They're next. They're going to be going. I hear they're going to be going. I don't know, but I would imagine because Colbert has better ratings than Kimmel or Fallon. You know that. Howard Stern, it's a name I haven't heard. I used to do a show. We used to have fun, but I haven't heard that name in a long time. What happened? He got terminated?
Yeah, they're going to separate ways because I think what they're offering salary-wise is real low than what he's doing.
You know what he went down? He's this for talk show host.
Whenever you want.
You know when he went down? No, before. When he endorsed Hillary Clinton, he lost his audience. People said, give me a break. He went down when he endorsed Hillary Clinton.
Mr. President,
Yeah, we've started the interviewing process. Scott and I and Howard, a lot of people, JD, we have some great candidates. It's probably down to 3. He doesn't want the job. He said, do you like this job better? Yes, sir. I mean, he was a candidate, but I don't think he'll take it. I really don't think he'd take it, actually.
Are there candidates from Wall Street, Mr. President?
Yeah, essentially we're all from Wall Street, aren't we? You know, when you get right down to it, the term Wall Street. Yeah, please.
Yep, made your tax cuts permanent. You mentioned that the tariffs are bringing in a ton of external revenue. You've opened up markets, EU, Japan, South Korea, many others, to American goods like we've never seen before. How much growth can we expect in the economy now that this model of yours is sort of beginning to really take off?
Well, I think the growth is going to be unprecedented. I think we're going to have growth that's unbelievable. Now, remember, we're building and just starting to build a lot of these incredible plants.
Where's Johnny? Johnny who?
We talked about the electric facilities that we're building, the generating plants, electric generating plants. They're massive, and they're going to be great. And they're going to sell excess electricity into our grid. So we're going to be having much more electricity than we ever had. And those plants are going to be taken care of individually. I know Tim is building one in one of his big factories, but especially for AI because it needs so much electricity. So I appreciate the question very much. I think the growth is going to be unprecedented.
Did you have a phone call with Andrew Cuomo? Did you speak to Andrew Cuomo?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Mr. President, have you been briefed on what Ghislaine
Johnny Carson, I think I've heard him out of the mouth of someone, but I've never watched it.
Maxwell told Todd Blanche?
No, I haven't. Have not.
Before my time.
I know Todd is a very respected person all over the country, all over the world legally, so I don't know. Yeah, please go ahead.
Will the new Fed governor be temporary?
We're probably
I also really don't watch TV. I don't watch talk show hosts.
Going to go with a temp and then a permanent, I think. So the temp is going to be named, I'd say, over the next 2-3 days, and then we're going to go permanent.
Are the two candidates the leading contenders for the permanent spot for the chair?
Well, The two Kevins? The two Kevins are absolutely, yeah. They're both very good. The two Kevins is very good.
Mr. President, is Vice President Vance hosting a gathering this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
Is he working on what?
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to the Epstein situation?
I don't know. I could ask you that question. I don't know of it, but I think, here's the man right here.
I saw it reported today, and it's completely fake news. We're not meeting to talk about the Epstein situation, and I think the reporter who reported it needs to get better sources.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country, and that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit. Okay? Yeah, please.
A new Gallup poll says that Elon Musk is the most unpopular public figure in the country right now. I'm wondering, do you miss having him around the White House, or is that poll accurate?
I don't know if the poll's accurate. I think he's a good person. I think he had a bad moment, really bad moment, but he's a good person. I believe that.
President Trump, are you keeping that 10 and 12 day deadline?
China facing potential secondary sanctions for Russian oil. Then having that tariff or sanction rather or not hinges on what going forward?
It may happen.
Johnny Carson, he passed away a long time ago, replaced by Jay Leno. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China. Yes.
Are you keeping that 10 to 12 day deadline that you had given Russia after today's talks?
Yeah, we're pretty much getting close to it right now, but we're having very serious talks right now about getting out of.
Okay, you guys ready for this one? Are you ready for this? You guys can watch me ban someone live. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Ukraine, getting it settled, getting it ended. Should have never started, would have never started. If I were president, it would have never started. I want to thank Tim Cook. He's a great, great man, a visionary, a businessman, just about every quality you can have other than athleticism. I don't know about that. I'm looking at him. I'm not 100% sure about you. You're a good athlete. I'll bet you're pretty good. I think he's good at everything, but I want to thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Thanks, guys.
Is that it?
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Press.
It's actually over pretty quick. So what's on the boards? 600 billion Apple investment, 450,000 jobs, 79 U.S. factories, Apple team members, and facilities across the country. What's on the right one? Okay, Apple American Manufacturing Program, creating an end-to-end silicon supply chain in America, American-made rare earth magnets from MP Materials. Every iPhone and Apple Watch sold worldwide will contain cover glass made at Corning in Kentucky. Interesting chat. Very interesting, chat. If you guys are brand new here, make sure you smash that like button, follow the channel, subscribe, hit the notification bell. I will be live Monday again. We have a little more time. That was pretty interesting news. Market is going nowhere. We're below that pivot point, 23,486. Let's see. ES 1 minute trying to go up, RSI below the MA in neutral territory, Williams R 120 day trying to go up for the ES 1 minute, NQ 30 minute, RSI below the MA, getting below neutral, just trending down. March is slowly grinding down, trending down. Nvidia gave away most of its gains, now only up 0.9%. MicroStrategy up 4.85%. Palantir is up 1.8%. Okay, we have one more video to watch. I like this guy, Clear Value Tax. If you guys have never heard of him, we'll listen to his commentary. It's pretty non-BS, straight to the point.
So I just want to give you a heads up that it is now widely expected that the Federal Reserve is going to cut interest rates in September. Okay, so what does this mean? This means that an easier monetary policy is on its way and more inflation. So I'm just trying to be honest. So this is, I mean, you can consider this a good thing if you already own assets, but from the
title, 94.9% chance of interest rate cut in September.
Cost of living perspective, it's just going to get worse. Cost of living is just going to get worse. Now, I want you to take a look at this. So this is wild. So this is coming from the CME Fed Watch tool. There is now a 94.9% chance.
Appreciate the file, Prana.
That the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates at their next meeting on September 17th. Okay, so how did this happen? Like, how did the probability just shoot up this high? Okay, so if you didn't know, it was clearly because of the jobs report that was released on August 1st, and that was a disaster of a report. So I want to tell you how this, these results tie into the Federal Reserve and the expectation of the major expectation of a rate cut for September. So this is what happened. In May, the government...
The job number, the job data that came in were heavily revised. I'm talking like 200,000. 200,000 jobs were revised in the data. Absolutely extremely negative.
It said that the labor market added 144,000 jobs, and that was revised down to 19,000. In June, the government said that the labor market added 147,000 jobs, and that was revised down to 14,000. And for July, the expectation was that the labor market would add 120,000 jobs, and it only added 73,000. And I'm just speaking honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see that get revised down from the 73,000 jobs added to even negative 120,000. That's completely possible. Okay, so the situation was such a disaster that President Trump immediately fired the Bureau of Labor Statistics commissioner that's in charge of overseeing these reports. Okay, now,
I was watching speaking of him firing that person, I was watching Piers Morgan, and this lady was on there who has a Goldman Sachs background. And she was saying how Trump's been just weeding out all the stats in the government, all the real data, just taking out and firing and removing all the stats. And she's saying low-tier staffers were saving the data that he was removing. So that was a little interesting to hear. I'm not sure if that's valid or not, but I thought that was interesting. And then he fires this lady, and supposedly... what's exactly her job title? Trump fires Commissioner of Labor Statistics. Supposedly, she doesn't even get the number until the day of. So she wouldn't even be able to fabricate it. Now, obviously, it could be a boys' circle to speak, and she could have communication with the lower people who toss off the numbers. It could get meddled with, manipulated along the way. But it was interesting to hear the Goldman Sachs person on Piers Morgan talk about how the labor commissioner doesn't even see the numbers till the day of the numbers being released. So they really wouldn't have access, supposedly, in the face of it. But behind the scenes, they might be able to manipulate it. I'm not 100% sure.
Statistics commissioner that's in charge of overseeing these reports. Okay, now, President Trump has constantly been urging the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates. That's no secret, right? But Jay Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve, refuses to cut interest rates. So Powell's saying that if they start to cut interest rates too early, then that may reaccelerate inflation.
Yeah, sadly, Jerome Powell holding off cutting rates. Now he has a very good excuse. He was saying the data, we can't trust the data, and now all that gets revised in his favor. So now it took a little pressure off him, but people are still pricing in the September rate cut.
So that's his biggest fear. So Powell's saying that we can afford.
Okay, I think I'm going to take a long... Let me look. Yeah, I'm going to take a long. I'm going to send one in and put a 20-point stop.
Order submitted.
Where are we in? Stop right below the wick. I'll leave it there. 20-point stop. We're up 50, up 65. We're going to continue watching this, and I'll come back if we're stopped out or if I want to take it. We're up 130, 140, 180, waking up 200. We're going to wait for this to go up a little bit.
To take a wait-and-see approach because the labor market is still solid. However, we got this jobs report, and it showed that the labor market is not solid, as a matter of fact. So essentially, that's what's going on. People are looking at this jobs report, and that's their interpretation. They're saying, well, maybe we cannot afford to take a wait-and-see approach anymore because these high interest rates, they're choking the economy, especially the labor markets. Okay, so here's how things have changed. Before the jobs report, there was a 41.3% chance that they're going to cut interest rates in September. Immediately after the awful results of the jobs report, which was released on August 1st, the odds of an interest rate cut in September jumped up from that 41.3% to 82.8%, so it almost doubled. And right now,
we are waking up hard, up 300, tapping the 20 May. Moving break even now. No reason to risk it. I am looking for more. We are being greedy.
Odds of a September rate cut, they've
Worst case, we'll be stopped out for break even for the 5th time today. It is what it is.
gone up even further, even higher.
Holy crap, we're waking up. Up 400, taking 6. Taking that volatility spike. Low leg execution, secured 500. Beautiful. One contract, 500. Secured, boom, 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 boom. 27 points, 25 points. I'm not going to keep it after that volatility spike. Beautiful.
It's a 94.9% chance. So that is a very high expectation. Now, I just want to say here's the problem. Because the Federal Reserve, they know that they have not won the war against inflation. So they've been trying to get inflation down to 2%. And their preferred measure of inflation is core PCE inflation. Right now, that's at 2.8%. And it's...
What's up, John? Appreciate it, Chris.
And take a look at the chart. It's stalled there for more than a year. And another thing is that the tariffs are expected to accelerate the rate of inflation over the coming months. I mean, if you've been watching the Federal Reserve, the FOMC, I mean, you've heard Powell say that multiple times. So this is a problem. Okay, so it's a problem because if you have inflation running above targets and it's about to heat up, then those are reasons to not cut interest rates. But if you have a weakening labor markets, then that's a reason to cut interest rates. So that's a tough spot. So what is the Federal Reserve going to do? Now, looking back at the FOMC, Powell was actually asked about what's it going to...
Now, Powell is politically charged. He cut rates heavily under Biden, especially when Biden was coming into term, still running for office. And it's still, while Europe and the rest of the world have been cutting interest rates heavy, the U.S. has not been cutting interest rates. In my opinion, they should at least have cut a 0.25% this past time last week. They didn't do that, and they're still holding. We'll have to see if they cut it in September or not. Supposedly a 94% chance. That's pretty good.
Going to take for you to cut interest rates, and I want to show you how Powell responded.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you. Well, can you give us a little more about what kind of economic data does the Fed need to see before you'll be ready to cut? I mean, do you need inflation back nearly to target? Are there other things in the pricing that you look for? Do you need to see weakening in the job market? What kind of things are you looking for?
What will it take? It'll be the totality of the evidence. As I mentioned, there's quite a lot of data coming in, which before the next meeting. Will it be dispositive of that? It's really hard to say. We don't make those decisions right now, so we'll have to see.
Well, I guess just in terms of inflation, though, for example, some people would point to if it remains only in goods and it doesn't bleed over to services, then maybe that's evidence that the tariff effect is going to be a temporary one-time thing. Is that kind of thing affect your thinking, or do you...
Remember, PPI data, producer price index, came out a little negative. And CPI, consumer price index, came a little positive. So the consumer gives and the PPI receives. The consumer is paying more and the producer is receiving less due to these tariffs. They're eating a lot of the cost. So that's something to really hold into account.
You just need to see the number come down, I think, closer to 2.
We'll look at everything. It's, as I mentioned, a pretty reasonable base case is that this will be a one-time price increase. And in the end,
Prawn asks, what made me enter long? It formed a double bottom here, and just going against market, going against the grain. Let me move it. It formed a double bottom right here. Double bottom. Saw it moving up. I saw that NQ 5-minute likely to go to the 21 EMA. Also, the ES double bottom as well. I saw the RSI get above the MA on the ES 1-minute. The NQ 30-minute was at a pivot point as well. And I just saw the indicators rounding up. Rounding up. RSI, Williams R. Everything rounding up. MicroStrategy is up 5.28%. Apple is up 3.1% for the day. NVIDIA is up 0.9% currently. Bitcoin's up 1.4%. Ethereum is up 4%. Solana is up 1%. XRP is up 2.2%. Doge is up 420. We pretty much topped it too. We scalped it at the top.
We'll make sure that that's the case. We're just trying to do that efficiently. And efficiently means getting the timing right. So we don't again, if we cut rates too soon, maybe we didn't finish the job with inflation. History is dotted with examples of that. If you cut too late, then maybe you're doing unnecessary damage to the labor market. So we're trying to get that timing right, and that's effectively what we're doing.
Okay, so the next Federal Reserve meeting is going to take place on September 17th. And Powell says that he's going to be looking at the totality of the evidence, or basically all the
totality of the circumstances, but he's been constantly complaining that the data is not valid, data is not valid, data is insufficient, data hasn't caught up. And he's partly right. The most economists have, when these tariffs take into effect, when a new president gets in and implement their economic agenda, most economists peg the actual results from their policy decision to the date 12 months out. Some say 16, some say 24, some say a year. So the pricing could take a minute to actually show in the data. So he's not wrong, but he's a little politically charged, just a little bit.
So he's still going to get another round of labor market data, the August report in September, and another round of PC inflation. But for the jobs, I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anyone to see that the labor market's going to weaken even further in the next report. Okay, but let's think this through. So how can Powell justify an interest rate cuts?
John said Powell is a deep state Dem. Yeah, but the funny thing is Trump appointed him. That's the funny thing. Also, I showed you guys that the insiders got a sneak peek into what I'm building. It should be released in a week or two, possibly before then. No promises, but if you want access to behind the scenes info, I'm going to create some membership videos over the weekend. Probably taking tomorrow off, so I'll probably do that. Just some shorts, some videos. I have a couple videos in mind, but if you want that data, link is below. Become an insider. Join the YouTube memberships.
If you have a weak labor markets, which you want to cut, but high inflation, which you don't want to cut, I think the only way that Powell can play this off is if he says this high inflation is coming from the tariffs, but the tariffs are going to cause a one-time increase in inflation. It's not going to be an ongoing thing. I think that's the only way that Powell will be able to play this off and justify an interest rate cut. Okay, but then you have people making the case that there's still the possibility that the Federal Reserve will not cut interest rates in September. So the reason is, their argument is because, yes, the jobs...
Remember, guys, it's a 94.9% chance of interest rates cut in September, but we are a month out. So much news can be dropped. Just so much can come into effect. So much. So that could change drastically. Very, very drastically. So just take that with a grain of salt.
Created, the quantity of jobs created, that's falling rapidly. There's no one denying that. But the unemployment rate, it ticked up by only 0.1%, only ticked up to 4.2%. And Powell did say that the most important number to look at in the jobs report is going to be the unemployment rate. So please take a look.
On labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this jobs report we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth?
The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because if it's true that the demand for workers in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs, that number has come down, but so has the break-even number.
Now, something else that I want you to keep in mind is that 2 Fed governors dissented at the last meeting. So essentially, the Fed committee decided to not cut interest rates, right? And then Fed Governor Waller and Vice Chair Michelle Bowman voted to cut interest rates. So last time the 2 Fed board governors dissented was more than 3 decades ago. So even within the Fed, there are calls to cut rates. So to be fair, these 2 governors were appointed by President Trump, but regardless, there was dissent. So from within the Fed, there is pressure to start cutting rates. Another thing that I want you to note is that this September meeting is going to be a really important one, because you have to remember that in September, they're going to update their forecasts. So last time in June, the Federal Reserve predicted 2 more interest rate cuts for the rest of this year. If they keep it at 2 rate cuts for the remainder of this year, that means that, if they cut in September, then they're going to have to cut again very soon, either in October or in December. So I just want you to know that there's a big market expectation for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates at their next meeting in September. So I'm going to keep you updated on this whole situation. Thank you for the support. Please.
I don't know. Right now, I think they're still going to hold steady. Something just tells me they're still going to hold steady and not cut rates. But I could be wrong. Again, a month. It's a month out. A lot of news could prop up. All just depends. Okay, let's look at your guys's... how you guys are sitting. Are you profitable, negative, or learning? The regular YouTube stream, 45% are profitable, 25% are negative, 30% are learning. The YouTube short stream, 180 votes, 24% are profitable, 24% are negative, 52% are learning. ES is getting above the 100 MA. They are not counting my day trader job. He's holding up house market crucial, not since 98. Volatility is straight garbage. ATR is at 20, which is all right. NQ 30 minute trying to bounce. Indicators are rounding up. This should come up to the ES 200 SMA VWAP. Should test NQ 5 minutes when he may. We have a pivot point up top at 23,519. Nvidia is coming up. We do have news in 35 minutes. 35 minutes, chat. We have news. At 1 p.m., 35 minutes away from now, US 30-year bond. That is nothing light. And then also 3 p.m. US consumer credit. So there are opportunities to come. Also, Trump should be signing executive orders right now. I do not see it in the docket just yet. Freddie Mac 15-year fixed rate mortgage average 5.75% as of August 7th. US 30-year fixed rate mortgages 6.63% August 7th. Lowest since April 10th. ICYMI, White House pushes back on Kremlin claims Trump and Putin agreed to meeting. Trump was supposed to be signing executive orders on the 401k at 12. That was 26 minutes ago. I do not see anything. BCM, what's your strategy? Trade around key levels, be in abundance. Trade with volatility. I am a volatility trader. Really depends on the day. I adapt. I use an amalgamation of indicators. RSI, Williams R20 day. On the NQ 30 minute, ES 1 minute. I have the 100 MA, 200 SMA, VWAP, RSI, Williams R120 day. Then the chart I execute on is the NQ 2 minute. I have the NQ 5 minute to the right. Both of them charts only have the 21 EMA. And then I look at the ATR, see what the volatility is like. Just look at the stocks, see how they're trending. Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Netflix, all the, all the main ones. So look at their percentages, see what they're trending. Look at price action, trend lines, fibs. I mean, you name it, I use it. You name it, I use it. Then we look at news. Long term, short term, medium term. What's to come. We just use every statistical advantage we can get. Looks like the ship is turning. We'll see, Giannis. We'll see. Trade a lower high. Trying to bounce off the 21 May. Volatility is just so low. Thank you for trying to bounce. Let me remove that for now. Put pop. ES is above the 100 MA. Put pop. BOE, Gov Bailey. The market's 50-50 pricing of rate outlook reflects the finely balanced situation. Let me see if Trump is signing executive orders. I don't see anything. Nothing on the docket of life. Sideways market, yeah. John, do you have video since April? What are you talking about, John? I literally trade. Every single trade I've taken since I've started 3 months ago has been live on stream in the NASDAQ futures. Every single trade has been documented on stream. Do you have a video since April high volatility or summarize what you did? Scalping, day trading. Every single day, I adapt to the day, trade the day. Scalp 10, 15, 20 points. Our longest hold was 120 points. I do not. I phased out all my Apex accounts. Yes. All my Apex accounts are phased out. You forgot Gapper's crystal ball. What'd I forget about it? Try to stay patient. It should bounce here, but I'm kind of getting negative. Good change. Oh, for the indicators I use, Gapper's crystal ball, 100%. Gapper's crystal ball. When Gapper rubs that head of his, predicts a number. So far, he's predicted both ways today. He predicted 700 earlier, at least threw it out there. Might not have been an actual prediction. And then 23,333. ES is getting a bounce. It's still holding on to the 100 MA, 100-day moving average. ES is getting close to the previous day close. It already filled the gap. NQ has not filled the gap. ES filled the gap, and Q has not filled the gap. Could be a couple more opportunities. Trying to wait and see. We also have 28 minutes until the US 30-year bond. I may or may not wait for that. No FOMO, no overtrading. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one. There are no missed opportunities, chat, only the next one. What's up, Clyde? What's up, King? Hey, everyone. I'm pretty late today. Yeah, we're in the latter half of the day, King. Latter half. Today, Today has been interesting. 4 break-even trades, 1 account blown. Been very interesting. Been a battle for sure. We have that pivot point to the downside at 23,486. Pivot point to the upside at 23,519. Nvidia trying to come up. Clyde, I'm trading the NASDAQ futures. Future indices of the NASDAQ. NQ futures. On the NQ 2-minute time frame and on Ninja Trader. What's up, Stefan? Good to see you. Good to see you, boys. Boys, ladies, gents, senoritas, senoritas. What a foolish day today. 4 are in red, 5 in green. Yeah, today has been pretty rough. Pretty rough, not going to lie. Stefan, everything fine. I'm on holiday, just checking in for a bit. How's everything going? 1 account's blown. 4 green. And 1 account also has 285 down in it. Plus 4 break-even trades today. Could have scalped it for 4 on each. Instead, they're break-even. Hasn't been that good of a day executional wise, plus missed an opportunity earlier. There are no missed opportunities, only the next one, but still got to introspect and review. Before market, I literally knew exactly where market was going to go, where it was going to pull back. Just didn't take it. Was waiting for the wick up. It decided to pull back before the wick. And with some volatility too. It pulled back 50 points pretty much instantly this morning. Right where I was about to enter a short. Hey, you want a challenge or these passed? I really don't talk about that, Dean. Obviously, I still have some evals. I have 4, 8, 12 accounts. All TPT. What's up, Robert? Wicking down. Yeah, today has not been easy, funny. We are at almost peak viewership though. We peaked watching Trump. People are really like watching Trump. We peaked at 124 concurrent. People like watching the Trump master. No, I don't care, Dane. I'll answer what I can and what I want. You can ask, feel free to ask whatever you want. I am honest, didn't expect the market being so strong. I was more suspecting a drawdown in August. Yeah, I mean, trade deals being made. Companies have stockpiled supplies in preparation for tariffs. The data also hasn't been terrible the last 2 months. Economic data. Now, obviously, the jobs data just got revised. 200K plus jobs, which is very bearish. Why we are getting a little pullback. Also, the Fed didn't cut the rates. But we are there. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Still waiting for Trump at the podium. May stick around, may not. He's supposed to be signing executive orders with the 401k. That was at 12 p.m. 40 minutes ago. Very interesting. Turo says, I think today is over. No trades for me. You did better than me. As soon as volatility ended at 10:30, I should have been done. But no, we got all that consolidation. Low of pre-market, it's at 23,384. The gap fill for the NQ is at yesterday's close, 23,422. Currently 30 points away. ES fill the gap, NQ likely to fill it as well. Zach was down 1,100 today, brought back up to 138. Hard day. Hasn't been easy for me as well. Legend and Gap are killing it. They've killed it. Mainly because I didn't get that big opportunity in the morning. Can't believe I missed it. Missed it by like 3 points. Back in for a long. Good luck, Giannis. In with one long. Up 80, up 100. 125. A little more. Getting close to the NQ. Gap fill. 130. A little more bounce. Let's go. One long, so I have room. Wicking down. NQ about to fill the gap. Gap fill at 422. Couple points away. And a little lower. Adding one on the gap fill. Betting on a volatility pump up. May not get a cookie. Waterfalling. Down 100, down 200. 2 contracts long. Putting some risk on this volatility. Probably the last trade we're going to take. Down 90, down 100, down up 40, up 100. 2 contracts long. Looking for a bounce. Bounce, 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 bounce. Bouncing off the low. Up 230. A little more, a little more, a little more. A little more. Up 230. Up 300. Taking that 4. Market order, we ended up with 306. Or 288. 288. Pretty much top ticker though. Next candle could be green. You guys are enjoying the raw, transparent trading. Very few people do this in general. Very few people do this. They mainly just post videos and post shorts of them winning. They do not raw, real trade. If you guys are enjoying this, smash that like button. Follow the channel, subscribe, and if you want to go above and beyond, become an insider. Join the YouTube memberships for behind the scenes access. NQ 30-minute. Fill the gap, 10 points below it. ES getting oversold. I want it to flush a little lower. Would like it to flush that pre-market low as well. Let's look for a pivot point. We're getting very close to a pivot point. Very close. A little further down. 23,391. A little lower. I don't want it to bounce too much if it is going to flush. Also, NQ is getting close to turning red. Was up close to 3% today, now only up 0.4. Tesla flipping red. Google, Amazon about to flip red. They're pretty much flat. Apple's up 2.7%. MicroStrategy up 4%. I'm loving it. Appreciate it, Joseph. Appreciate you. Let's go. Appreciate it, Chris. Should be some good price action this afternoon. We have news in 16 minutes, guys. News in 16 minutes. The US 30-year bond. That is no light thing. It should have at least a 30-point volatility. Wick. Thank you. Not short. What do you mean, Prime? What do you mean? Kraken, drop. Appreciate you, Kraken. Appreciate you supporting, man. Who took that risky long? Type of 1 if you took that risky long. You guys should not be following me. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I do or say is financial advice. Hold your own conviction. This is for entertainment, educational purposes only. But who was in that long? That was a very, very high risk long. How are you looking at volatility? I use the ATR and just the speed of the wick as well. ATR is at 21. The VIX is spiking up. The volatility index is at 17.27, up 3% for the day. Also, you can just gauge it by the chart if you're experienced enough. Speed of the candle, how far it goes, where the pivot points are, where the key levels are. Giannis was in there. Appreciate you, Chris. Appreciate Giannis. Gappa. Waking down. Beautiful. A little lower. We are against it. This could keep waterfalling. This does not have to stop. Not have to stop. Also, ATR is going to get a little overextended. 14 minutes until that news. Waking down. About to tap the pivot point. 23,391. Tapping it. In with one long, probably going to flush the pre-market low. Probably going to flush it. Up 90, up 100. Pre-market low at 23,384. Scalping 150. Good enough. I'm going to wait. Also, got to keep in mind, very heavy news in 13 minutes. Had enough time, but just waiting. May re-enter once it flushes the pre-market low. I think it's going to do it. Gabber said, come on, 331. What's up, Hodel? What's up, man? Base hits, my man. Base hits win the game. Then occasionally the home runs come. Yep. Yep. I think we are finally green for the day. We did blow that one account. How much are we up? 8,000, 13, 14. All right, so we're getting close. I think we're break even. We're close. Some of them were high value counts. I seriously doubt this doesn't flush the pre-market low. It could bounce here. It's gonna tap the pre-market low that got flushed in the gap fill, 23,422. If it breaks that, it could have room to the upside. It could reject there as well. Good job, Gapper. Gapper, boom, bepper, fee, five, boom, mapper. Breaking through, tapping it. Hopefully you guys are gaining value, learning what to do, what not to do. From what I do correct and what I do wrong. Always stuff to learn. Okay, so far it's breaking above the pre-market range. Let's go back and draw a fib. How? This is down 200 points. 290 points. It has just grinded down. So that actually could be it. $10 minutes until news, chat. 10 minutes until news. 1 p.m. EST, 10 minutes away. US 30-year bond. Be careful, be careful, be careful. About to tap that pivot point. 23,446. Gabber says, Hodl, I'm streaming on YouTube, Party, Twitch, Kick, Rumble, X, YouTube Shorts. That was a beautiful scalp. Good job, Joseph. Appreciate it, man. Out to tap the 23.6 fib. 21 EMA, trying to break above that pivot point. So far, bounce 50 points. Nine minutes until news. This is probably the last news we're going to stick around for. We're probably done after this. Oh, damn. You're locked in. You're going to be viral one day. Keep rocking. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see, Hodl. Long way to go, my friend. Only 3 months in. We are at exponential growth again, mainly because I'm posting shorts again. Tapping that fib. But there's a lot of improvement. We're only at 1%, if that, capacity. I know how to really ramp this up. But I'm just focused on building software. I'm releasing the things that the insiders are privy to, probably in the next week or two. Then after that, it'll be the simulator. Then after that, it'll be the mentorship and the educational program after that. And then a couple other things. Then after all that's released, we'll start building that and funneling the audiences here and there, and just slowly building, and offering as much value to people as humanly possible. That is the main goal I wanted. When I started social media, the only reason I started, one of the main reasons was to make sure I could offer value to people, not just be one of these people who offer zero value and only have a $500 course for 3 hours of content, and you gain zero value at all. You guys gain more value than that course in the matter of a live stream or two. So I wanted to make sure you guys gain actual value. Learn the realistic day trading. Not no fake stuff. Realistic day trading on the grind. It is a battle every single day. You have to adapt, take care of news, make sure you're up to date. And even with half a decade experience, you still are sometimes not in it. Now, that's mainly because I'm spread very thin right now. Also, excuse, incoming excuse. I'm still here no matter what. I told you guys I was going to be here, and I'm here. But I woke up for some reason, went to sleep at 4 p.m. When market closes, we end the stream early. Woke up at 9 p.m. So 5 hours of sleep, could not go back to sleep. So we are up with 5 hours of sleep. Also, the night before, I woke up with some family drama, some things behind the scenes. So lack of sleep is definitely catching up to me, but we are here regardless. No excuses. Champions make no excuses, but I'm just pointing out. Excuse. Still here though. Still on the grind, baby. We're not letting this resistance take us down, no matter what. Still read the market good today, just executed pretty poorly. Missed the top, exactly where I wanted it. Should have been in before it touched the trend line with at least one. So I could have rode it. Hit that like button if you like money. True Gapper. Appreciate it, Hodl. Wanted to start trading. I've watched the markets for years. Going to start now. Let's go, RW. Champions here. What's up, Miguel? Miguel, I made a sick design. I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to say too much. But if you saw that post, that's only the just the starter stuff. I literally just made a design that I think you especially are gonna like. Once I finish it, finalize it, I'll post it for the insiders. But I'm gonna take a week or two and just perfect everything. You guys would be amazed how much time gets eaten up by the little things, being a perfectionist. 23,486. But it's literally gonna be insane. I know a lot of people are gonna love it as well. And I'm only on like the first main design. And that's all I'm gonna say. Love watching this stuff. Appreciate you, RW. Appreciate the follow, appreciate you guys. ES is tapping the 100 MA and Q tapping that pivot point. So far it's bounced 75 points. I think it has at least another leg up. All right, let's clean up the chart. News in 4 minutes, guys. Hopefully you didn't forget. News in 4 minutes. US 30-year bond. It is no joke. Be careful. I almost was about to take a trade, but I'm not going to take a trade before I know what that news is. May take it off the volatility. We'll see. Okay. Appreciate it, Miguel. Appreciate you guys, Gapper, Legend, Miguel, and Discord. I know I've been not as involved. I'm spread very thin, but I promise you guys, I will write a detailed response of exactly what I want to implement and be a little more active throughout this weekend. I'm gonna be focusing heavily on the stuff I'm doing, getting that released in the next week or two, but I will be a little more active in Discord and just do a little market research, see what we implement. I do like the news bot Miguel was thinking about. I do like that. At least what I saw in the channels, I browsed through it briefly. Also, I do have access to the admin channels. I wrote that, but I've been neglecting it a little bit, and it's supposed to be for our community. And I am the theoretical head, because I am the streamer, but you guys are basically building it on your own, which I appreciate, because I am not really familiar with Discord. I've used it a couple times when I was very young. It's not that hard to understand, but it is new and would take time. So I appreciate you guys doing it. There's still so much to do, guys. Only 3 months in, just one step at a time. One step at a time. That's all you can do. And eventually in a year, who knows where we'll be? Who knows? Is this NQ? This is the NASDAQ future indices, 100%. I'm using the news bots in my own Discord, which is helpful for news. Also, Trump's Truth. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a channel like that, but it might just crowd it if people find it useful or not. 1 minute until news. US 30-year bond. 1 minute. Sometimes this takes 1 to 2 minutes after news is supposed to drop to actually show up in volatility. So you gotta know that. Could be delayed a little bit. What trade did you take? I've taken 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm taking 12 trades today. Meaningless said I took it short in the open and then longed it at the bottom low. After 5 red days, I got a green. Let's go, Meaningless. Let's go, man. Go, man. Love to hear that. Appreciate you saying that. That inspires not just me, but everyone else. 20 seconds till news. 20 seconds. This will probably be the last trade of the day for me. Let's see where it takes us. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. News is out. Could be delayed in volatility for a minute or two. So far, it's waking up. We are in between two pivot points. Also have that range up top. Pivot point up top at 23,486. Pivot point to the downside at 23,446. So far, we're waking up. About a 10-point wick. Could be delayed by a minute or two. So far, we're waking up. Fed bids for 30-year bond total 8.5 billion. Waiting for it to come out, chat. Waiting for it to come out. Okay. Thank you. 5 minutes, 21 EMA is right up there as well. May want to tap it. GM will import EV batteries from China, cattle for 2 years despite tariffs. Still waiting for it to come into my feed. Could be delayed by a couple minutes. Could take up to 3 minutes, chat. Waking up. About to tap that pivot point. Appreciate it, Milas. Appreciate you. I trade very differently than everybody else. Very differently. I love trading extremes. When other people are fearful, uncertain, that's when I love to act. OpenAI launches more powerful GPT-5 model for coding and writing. Waking up, tapping that pivot point. 49. Still waiting. Probably already came out, but it's not on my docket yet. TBT, Ash. TBT. Still waiting. Wicking down, wicking down. Wicking down hard. Tapping that pivot point. Appreciate the follow, Jock. Appreciate you. US 30-year bond high yield 4.81%. Previously it was 4.88. US 30-year bond beta cover 2.27. Previously it was 2.38. A little negative from previous. Next news on the dock is at 3 p.m. Thank you. 5 minutes. Tap the 20 May. Try and reject. Did you guys get that volatility spike out down at that pivot point? Is anyone long there? Who got that? Who called it? Thought it was gonna wick a little lower. That's been the theme today. And a theme. I ain't gonna lie. Tapping that pivot point again. It just went below the 23.6 fib. ES 1 minute, RSI below that May. Williams R 128 coming down. I think I'm gonna wait for one more opportunity. I think it's gonna happen. I'm eyeing something. We'll see. I'm eyeing something, chat. Just a little bit. What's up out there? If you can, don't do the emojis. They mess up the chat. Actually, feel free to do it. It's not on the screen anymore. It's only for me. Do whatever you want. Don't mind me. I forgot I don't have chats on the screen. For some reason on Party, the multi-stream chat I have, the emoji creates a lot of space. Only for Party though. Some glitch they have. Appreciate you, Balther. Appreciate you, man. I've been watching you a little bit. Been watching your streams a little bit. Good stuff, man. Keep up the grind. Keep up the grind. Waiting, chat, being patient, no greed, no fear, no FOMO. What's up, Zim? I am not trading Bitcoin right now, but I got it loaded, trust me. I got it loaded, my friend. Only 1 minute, it's loading. I have BITUNIX loaded. We start with 1,000, we're just doing a little challenge. 1,000 in BITUNIX. Everything I use is below. It's in the description if you are interested, or on the about pages. BITUNIX. We're so far up 34% in the account, and we're just waiting. I'm waiting for the true opportunity. There could be a potential short soon, but I'm just waiting. It could have bottomed out there. I think it has a little lower, but it all depends on the news. We're waiting. Waiting. Zoom. What's up, man? Chris, if you could determine the different levels of members for the Discord, that would be great. I will. Still brainstorming. I don't know if I want to overcomplicate it or not. Probably just keep it simplistic. But I'll make sure I'm active a little over the weekend. First trade was up 137, then got chopped. Selling was down 900, then made it all back and locked in 280. Effing annoying. Yep. Simple better, yeah. I'm unsure if I want to add the like 1K in payouts, little emoji next to their name, 10K payouts, OG, etc. I'm still brainstorming. I also haven't put much thought into it. I'm heavily focused on what I'm doing. The thing I'm going to be releasing next week or 2 weeks from now. But I'll flush it out over this weekend. Appreciate the file hedge. Appreciate you guys. Stay locked in, brother. You good? Appreciate you, Zim. Go Zim. Let's go Zim. For people that actually pay you via subscribe or whatever, it should definitely be higher than everyone. Yeah, I don't know what benefit they would get. Maybe I don't know what we could do. I'll think about it. Gapper, if you want, do a super insider. For people who are, either we're gonna do it, paid memberships, people who are members, but that's gonna be hard to keep track of. Probably just OGs of the stream. You know, you, Miguel, Legend, Adrius. I like the idea of a super insider. It doesn't make sense to do the insider because the server is actually called the insiders. So everyone in it will by default be an insider. But I like super insider. I want the level of no missed opportunities. I want the level of no missed opportunities. Oof. I mean, Gapper, things off the top of my head, we need a payout section, but I don't want that to be under stream. I want that to be its own section with the channel payout where people post their wins. Also, we need to define the rules of the channel. I don't know how that's done, but like what people post. And then eventually when the Discord's bigger, in that stream tab, we'll have an approval where people submit stuff for the approval in my reaction. Then someone will siphon through all that and then put it in the reactions tab. Also, we need a suggestions where people can suggest things. Kind of needs to be segmented though, like one channel suggestions, or maybe we just have it one just to simplify under general, just where people write suggestions for software to create, improvements to the stream, videos to make, shorts. And then down the line, we're not going to do it anytime soon, so don't put it, but actually I just won't say it. But that's pretty much. Text Gapper. Where people post screenshots of them getting payouts or profits, profitable trades. Oh, and then an analysis. I probably should be writing this down for you, but an analysis where people can post videos of their trades, like maximum 5 minutes long or something to keep the server managed data wise, or screenshots of analysis we can go over when when we're waiting for a trade, like now. You're already one step ahead, Gapper. One step ahead. Yeah, that's why I said I was gonna do it over the weekend. I was really gonna put stuff outlined over the weekend and just give you one big just paragraph. Like bull point it. But also I understand that you have very limited time. Just like everyone, me, Miguel, everyone in here has to prioritize what they have to prioritize. So I'm not expecting like it to be done anytime soon. There's no time limit. You can take as long as you want. All right. Okay. Volatility is really low. Oh, VIX is coming up. Yeah, Taro, you guys will basically get like a free mentorship whenever there's time. Go over analysis. It'll also help me automate the mentorship a little more so we can get more people in it. Once it's released, nothing is out. Okay. Appreciate it, Gapper. Without you, the Discord definitely would not have happened this early. Definitely not. So we need to pay homage to you somehow. Like create it by Gapper X with your link to something, whatever you want to do. Like the first tab when people first join, just have that at the top. Something to pay homage. Pay homage. No, please. We're rejected from that pivot point. Pivot point to the downside, 23,391. That is the low of day currently. We have pre-market low down there, that red line, 23,384. We'll see, chat. Sky's the limit. I just like filling in downtime while waiting on trade. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to fill as well. That's why the Discord, like you guys can post TikTok clips, YouTube shorts, whatever you guys want, random news that you want me to react to, and we'll just scroll through, pick what we want, and fill some of this downtime in trading. There's a lot of downtime in between trades if you do it correct. Now, in the first hour or two, you may be back and forth. Video's coming down. Appreciate the file hedge. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. We're only looking for one more opportunity. I would already end the stream, but we're just starting to chat, vibing, and I think there's going to be one more opportunity. I'm not going to wait till 3 p.m. Also, I will not be live tomorrow. There's no news on the docket. I'm not going to sit through low volatility. I know a lot of you trade if I'm live, so I do not want to be a bad influence. Low volatility, low docket days. To be fair, Trump could get active. Something could pop off and volatility spikes up. If I see that, I may spark it. May spark a live randomly. But so far, no live on the docket tomorrow. We'll be live again Monday, looking for one more opportunity today. And I see a good one, or else I wouldn't be here. I'd be making something for what's releasing in the coming week or two. Turo wants the long oil CDF so bad. Appreciate you, Zim. A lot of people struggled in the market today. A lot of people. Holy. Holy. Alright, stay patient, chat. No reason to FOMO, no reason to overtrade. There are no missed opportunities. Only the next one. No missed opportunities. I would like a volatility spike of 40 points, 50 points. Down would be nice. Fast as possible. US CEA is mirroring remarks on Bloomberg TV end. She said Fed Waller hasn't succumbed to tariff derangement syndrome. 26 counterparties take 77 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. Mirren said Waller has built up impressive track record. There will be checks on chip tariff exemption. Does anyone know where Grok is? Their brand new model, where it is with OpenAI's launch just now of a more powerful GPT-5 model for coding and writing. Does anyone know where it's at? Joseph, with all these people in here, we only have 2 thumbs up. Come on, guys. If you're loving Chris's content and teaching, hit the thumbs up. Joseph, we usually only get around 100 views on Rumble only. I mean, I started with 0, but Rumble is one of the low platforms. We're streaming to YouTube, YouTube Shorts, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, and X. YouTube is by far the biggest, but Twitch is getting up there as well. Twitch is starting to pop. So is Kick, so is Rumble. We're doing well. What do you use to get your news? Everything is linked below, guys. Everything is linked below. The news platform I use, the charting platform I use, what I trade crypto on, everything is linked below. Just because I know you guys are always going to be curious. It is a Financial Juice. Financial Juice. It has the docket for the day, has the real-time news. Right here, Financial Juice, link below. Everything is in the description. Docket for the day. Tomorrow, absolutely no news, so I don't want to sit through that. I don't want to force you guys to sit through that as well. Could do a bunch of news, but I'm just going to take it as a sign to work on what I release. Also, real-time news, Financial Juice. Do you have a link to your Rumble? Lance, I removed it. I removed it on the YouTube and YouTube short stream. I removed it, but it's real Christopher S. if you really want to look it up. I think it was bogging down me and the algorithm. It would make sense since they're a competitor. YouTube probably has AI that looks for it and bogs it down. Appreciate it, Lance. It's just the same thing. Same thing I post on YouTube though. But no one knows for sure. Hell, it could easily go back up to 670 zone before end of day. We shall see. We shall see, Wagwan. Wagwan. We shall see. You envision such a destination. It tapped the 23.6 fib, got rejected. If it gets above the 20 EMA, I may take a long. That's not really what I was looking for, but I may change conviction. Also, I'm satisfied with where we end it. If we do end right now, I am satisfied. We regained the loss pretty well. Not bad. Also, Rumble's badass got in real early, still in 2. Go, Lance. My guy, Lance. That is a lower high. All right, guys, I'm wrapping up. 2, 4, 6 trades in the green, 1 account blown, 1 account down to 85, and 4 break-even trades today. Definitely, if I was scalping, we'd be up probably 1,600, 2,000 more. Wasn't expecting it today. Wasn't expecting it to just chop around so much, especially with this docket. We still have news on the docket, by the way. If you are going to continue to trade, FinancialJuice still has 1 news event on the docket. Also, be on the lookout. Trump signing executive orders on 401k. I was expecting that to be broadcasted. Maybe he did it behind the scenes, and he's going to talk about it at 4 p.m. when he delivers remarks. But be on the lookout. He could pop up with that. Most of the time, he does not touch it after power hour. So after power hour, you should be safe, God willing. Next news on the docket, U.S. consumer credit at 3 p.m. EST in an hour and 30 minutes. Hour and 30 minutes. So be on the lookout for that. Besides that, chat, I will not be live tomorrow unless some crazy news pops off. Then I'll be live at 9:30. If there's a volatility swing I like, news I like during the day, I may spark it randomly. Maybe just on YouTube, maybe not. But besides that, I will see you guys Monday at 9:30 a.m. EST. Persevere through resistance. Do not fear the unknown. Do not fear missing out. And there are no missed opportunities, chat. Only the next one. I'll see you guys Monday. Peace.